Right then. So here we are. Things have gotten a bit interesting in game. And now, last night when I finished, we just unlocked the level 87 dungeon, Katisis Hyperborea. Last time, we found out that Hermes took Meteon, who was rapidly panicking and starting to become a real mess, and he did a runner. Into Katisis Hyperborea, the next dungeon I'm going to be doing. It might not have been the smartest thing he could have done. In fact, it's made a complete tits up. It's made things go completely tits up. Because Meteon, it is very much looking like she is a big part of the reason the final days happened. But we need to go deal with that. In fact, that's what we're going to do now. Call this the warm-up to getting on with the plot tonight, folks. This is going to be interesting. Oh. This looks very much like... Oh, it's been terraformed. I think we might mostly all be newbies.
Please turn back, else I might be forced to.
What you might be forced to do is mean it's irrelevant. We need to stop this happening. Have you wondered whether we ought... No, I can't read that now because we're in a dungeon. Yeah. Got it at a pretty bad angle, so I can't really aim. They'll go down quickly, I think. Yep. This place looks interesting. Very interesting. Alright, down we go. I'd save my cooldown to the boss. First boss at least. Oh good. Audio looks fine. without the heavy hits. Oh. Look like fucking igloos. Yep. This probably took a bit longer than it could have done, but in the end, everyone's relatively new to this duty, so yeah, the tank's completely new to this duty. So I can't blame him for pulling slower. Oh. Footprints that do it, is it? Yeah. Finish over here. I'll take that. Ooh. Bit of XP. So we're gonna get Ascian gear from this, aren't we? Nice.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
Fuck you. Yep. There we go. Base is sticking all the creatures on us and causing untold tons of damage. So it's also looking like we're semi-responsible for this shit show. I'll have to be that stuff when I do it, if I do it with anyone else. 'Cause that way we'll at least have time. Oh, bandits and ashes. There we go. Deal with the Taurus first. All these creatures are big and bloody ugly. And potentially incredibly dangerous. Basically, don't know what the fuck they've been up to in here. I don't particularly want to know either. Because they've been creating some very nasty looking fucking beasties. Concept review. Oh. Oh. pretty obvious one. Seriously, who thinks a three-headed tiger thing is a good idea? They got it in the wrong order. Yeah. Ow. Going down. Got it. I do like the looks of this stuff, to be honest. Oh.
I cannot let you take me to... Not yet.
What you want is no longer relevant. Those things down. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a big one to them. These things are going down relatively fast as well. It's bloody what? It's a watch.
from existence.
He's just putting his own wants for the greater good here. Not even the greater good. Before the fate of the world. Oh, jeez. Yep. Yep. Come on. So after this, we should do the main boss. Here we are. Hermes. Winged Defiance.
So, it comes to this.
Great so.
I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
He is a mad, desperate fool.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me!
That's wind.
Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh great, heal is dead. here's the first safe spot. This is gonna be tricky. This guy's pretty tough.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
Well, gonna happen sooner or later. He's pretty tricky, is Hermes. So we're discussing tactics. This is normally most groups I'm with literally don't do that. We just sort of blunder through.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Yeah.
Gust and gale, gather to me. Ancient brand, unleash your power!
That was a bugger one.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
I don't know how the fuck he avoided that. Note to self, use interject on that. Oh.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
That mechanic is something I'm very good at recognizing. This has got a lot of health.
Dancing wind, pierce my foe!
Yeah. There we go.
Stars on high, all is rain!
So we kind of get it. There you go. It's time to die. This is on cleave.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
What is being Enragos?
Streams of ether, surge as one!
Got him. I will take that.
No! My power!
We've managed to put Hermes on his ass. You got some explaining to do, Sunshine. That's how you throw everything at a boss and murder it. Took all the tries, but we got it.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Yeah.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
He's going full nihilist. Full nihilist.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Oh fuck, what's she doing?
They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savour in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best.
Oh, she's getting dark.
That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Shitting hell, she's transformed.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
That's
oh,
bad.
Beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
Well, looks like you found the source of all this,
We
doesn't
will
it?
make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star.
She's gone full-on mental.
Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
That looks things he would.
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded? That is sophistry, and you know it! Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist.
Oh,
If
jeez.
he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Oh, crap.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
That's bad.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
He's part of it.
Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Oh, brilliant.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
Don't think he wants to.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
Oh, he's pissed.
Far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
Yeah.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Oh, jeez.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place.
No, they can't.
You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then,
Thank you.
where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Running out of ether.
Almost. Oh. Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
A tracking device. A tracking signal, I think.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Oh, brilliant.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
Will do.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Yeah. Yeah. That's bad.
Too brave by half.
Yeah. There we go.
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
Yeah.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
Oh.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Yep.
Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
There's no time! Quickly!
You the guys should run as well.
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
Still, if it must be said,
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
And we beat it to it. He's like, oh fuck. The one person he could not like two people remembered it, neither of whom he could afford to have remember it. You alright?
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
I'm surprised.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
There's a lot of them, so probably not.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go.
Yeah. Where?
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail.
A
She
tracking
has already
spell.
left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
That they do. So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Yeah.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
Yeah.
I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
I'm assuming that's a yes.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Oh, that sounds
Now.
cool.
Close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
It's not good.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
Yeah.
So
Apparently.
it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Yeah.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
She must have escaped.
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Yeah.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
Just a bit.
Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Maybe.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while.
Might be a good move.
After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
We got some work to do. Right then. Are you feeling all recovered? All recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical. But resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he'll create more Entelekis. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He'll blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Matteo would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to John the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Yeah. To the Dark Knight, because that's going to be what I'm using for a little bit now. Taylor, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Hysladeus that they've been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experience Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains of our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let's walk together once more. I'll see you to the doors of Propylaeon. Before that, there's one bit of this map I've not yet been to. Over here. To the Chthonic Horns. There we go. Luckily, proper Lion is just over here. Right, let's go. Let's go and have a quick word with Venar. Your time in the Sage is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venar, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yeah, don't have much choice now, do I?
So, it is
Yeah.
within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yeah. Yeah. It's where we part ways. He looks tired.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
Yep.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
Very much so.
In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
I kind of already know what caused that.
I must
Some of it,
carefully
at least.
consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Probably become a foe.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
Very
And
worthy.
this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us.
Maybe.
We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
You don't know what your path is.
And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
I hope we get a bottler off stage. Usually works. My
Fare
dude
you
has
well,
Bagsby alert.
my light of the future. Till we meet again.
My dude has bags beneath his eyes. Holy shit, he looks like he's been through the wars. Here we go. Well, thanks for putting us through that, Elizabeth. Next time they suggest that, I'm just going to delete the fucker.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
There we go. That's bad. Oh. Here we are, the final days. Everyone's panicked and running. Amarot. That's
Even
Amarot.
now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
Not much he could have done there. Hit the death and damn
That
itself.
which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark.
And Claudius did it.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
It was never perfect.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time.
Yep.
So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer.
They are desperate.
Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Desperate fools.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
It's already been destroyed, if you haven't noticed.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us.
Oh gods.
No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise.
This is when he wants to become idling.
Henceforth, he shall walk.
Holy shit. That was a very desperate choice.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
And she never stopped. She never gave up. Where are we? Oh.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Well. Back to the Valdesian, isn't it? Well then. Back to fucking Charlian. Realistically, shouldn't we have gone back to Thavnir and reported the bloody... So the guy who told us to do this? Shouldn't someone have told us... Oh, even after turning up exactly when needed, this is no exception. No, it's not. Taylor! Impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So, have you learnt out more of the final days? Quite a lot, actually. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. They're trying to ascertain the where and why of it. Alice and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus and Mianus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Stinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succour to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Istola and Master Matoya are making concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the ethereal sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Radzat Han. Following their discussion, Vreetra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hannish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice and Istinian and Graha travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now? The final days have come to Garlemald. Oh dear. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out, and our communication was severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before Linksel went completely silent, we can only assume that the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Taylor. Please, you must help them. Gladly. Sorry. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass were the first port of call, so you'd best out there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Gladly. Before that, I'm actually going to upgrade my Dragoon's equipment. Oh dear. My gear took a beating. I'll fix it later. I'll fix it when I get to thingy. Right then. This stuff's expensive. I mean, to be fair, it's not like I can't afford it. The accessories are the expensive bit. Well, that one's not. Yeesh! Right, firstly, get me stuff fixed up. There you go. I do quite like the look of this, but I'm going to change its colour. Yep. Yeah. When I got Reaper leveled. I like that it actually covers up Talos' bad eye. For that. Again. I'm actually going to make a quick visit to Thavnir. Over to Razat-Han. I've just walked to the wrong fucking zone. Limsa, actually. That's what I'm gonna get the next job, role quest done. It doesn't take me that long. Yep. Firstly, Materia Melder. They would be fucking down here, wouldn't they? And someone and someone has stuck their right in fucking lingerie. Which is typical, really. This stuff's quite good, actually. There we go. This is an evil look. It's a fucking drill. There we go. Right, let's go and have a word with Thingy up here. Well, let's go and have a word. Well then. Next to these side quests. A mother's suffering. Brilliant, what a name. Grave news, Taylor. We just received word that the Candlekeep Key is under attack. It would seem that the crushing tide has struck again. The Admiral asks that you deploy the company of heroes at once. Our man here will act as your signaller. Company of heroes is awaiting your orders. Explain. Candlekeep Key. Both Lantinel and Duard Noon should be close by. What are your instructions? Consider it done, Commander. Understood. The rest of us will head there at once. I'll tell the Admiral you and Company of Heroes on your way. Godspeed. Right then. To Morrowby Dry Docks. This one must be an instance. Here I am on board my six-legged horse. We're not, the tide is already ebbed, if you follow my meaning. Oh good. Oh good, those are the right guys then. Perhaps you're curious how your men carried out your orders. You'd be pleased to hear that Lantinel led the attack with his characteristic aplomb, dancing amongst his foes with such speed and ferocity they were dizzying to watch. Oh good. Duard Noon made full use of his talent in leading the rescue effort. Not a single man, woman or child suffered so much as a scratch. I had doubts at first, but you've passed your first trial as acting captain with flying colours. Oh good. Hey, we got prisoners, haven't we? Battle is over, I see. It is good to see the Company of Heroes can still live up to its name. I demand answers. Why did you target Candlekeep Key? I spit in your questions, filthy shorewalker. I was hoping we might do this the easy way, but if you insist. Psst, so you torture us? You shorewalkers are all the same. Savage brutes, a lot of you. Torture? Please, we're not so uncivilized as that, my slippery friend. Brayflox in shiny threads will have fishermen trading tongue-clacks in no time. Allow me to explain. Shamani, Lamani and Brayflox are well practiced in the art of interrogation. Shamani has a sharp mind, as I'm sure you've noticed, and a knack for getting information among cooperative types with a minimum of fuss. Brayflox, on the other hand, our methods can be unconventional, to say the least, but it's hard to argue with the results. Well, Commander, choice is yours to make. Of course, Commander. What does that get me talking without so much as lifting a finger? Tell me your kind are particularly fond of nurturing oranges. Might interest you in a glass of delightful orange wine brewed from our latest harvest. He's like, yes, actually. This is another glass, Shawwalker, demanded in return for the crimes you've committed against my spawn brothers. May a glass, my friend. Why, I'd be happy to offer you a full bottle, an entire cask, if you provide us with the answers we seek. We have a deal, Shawwalker. For a cask of that blissful beverage, I will tell you all my secrets. It's like... it's like, here, a drink. And they're like, this is pretty good. More, please. Again, I ask, why do you target Candlekeep? Why do you target Candlekeep Key? Dow himself gave the order. Said you must establish a foothold in preparation for our assault on the city. He means to attack limb to Limminter itself. With your numbers, that will be folly. Speaker Dow commands power beyond the comprehension of you Shawwalkers. We've dealt with the Leviathan before. You misunderstand. Speaker Dow says it's a greater power still, the very first being blessed by our Lord. The blasphemy. Tell me where Dow is. An island to the south and east. There he performs the rite that will summon forth the divine one to deliver my brothers and I unto glory. Thank you for your cooperation. Zek Dow is hiding out somewhere in the sealed Dales, a deserted isle most likely. Don't know so much about the so-called blasphemies, but can they be surely be tamed so easily? We have no evidence they can, but we must operate under the assumption that Dow has found a way. I'll ready a ship. We set sail for the Ciel Delays at once. Prepare yourselves and meet me at the docks as soon as you're ready. Yeah, make sure that fella gets his wine. Hello, Shamani and Brayflocks, continuing the interrogation in the meantime. Our friends here might still be hiding something from us. I like how it's probably got some wine. I'd laugh if he actually said, go get the barrel. I'd just laugh if he opened these two are just dressed. I'm like... if those two were just like, well, you've made us a deal, we're going to refuse. They made us a deal we can't refuse. Right then. Oh, to the ferry docks. I think that's where we need to be. Oh. Fisherman's Guild. Wrong docks. Seriously, there's a lot of fucking dock. Then again, it is a pirate town. Everyone's here? Good. We make for the Ciel Delays in search of Doe's hideout. Our friend Noel will be waiting for us there. The Blasphemy too may be present. Be vigilant and keep your weapons at the ready. Well, Commander, do you have any words for your men on the eve of battle? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. We'll meet again, Doe. Where is the blasphemy? Tell us now so we may end this madness. I get the feeling we're looking at him. Oh dear. Oh. It looks like Archer Tanya. Okay, Tanya. Speak of the bloody devil. There it is. The dread beast I saw beneath the waves. The source of our woes. The echo of all the times. Defend the commander! Oh. I bring grave tidings, my queen. The wretched shorewalkers poison the minds of my spawn brothers with foul words and foul magics. Our poor beleaguered brethren renounce Lord Leviathan and name him a false god. They treat with limbs of the Minza, and some even call for an alliance. We must summon him, that the lost might receive of his blessing anew. This I would gladly do had our stock of crystals not run dry. Spawning time is nearly upon us. That you fight and bicker amongst yourselves. How am I to birth a new brood when my children stand divided? Who dares enter the sacred chamber? Psst. Forgive my intrusion, Queen Mother. I speak for the Hagin who seek an accord with the Shorewalkers. A new age is upon us. We needn't turn to false gods nor foment bitterness and bloodshed in our precious spawning grounds. The Shorewalkers have changed. They endeavour to understand us, to share these lands with us that they may have peace and we, our spawning grounds. Could this be true? Lies, lies! Do not be deceived by that one's delusions, my queen. He is a heathen who has strayed from Lord Leviathan's light. The Shorewalkers are oathbreakers, now and forevermore. As they extend one hand in friendship, they clap a dagger in the other. We are beasts in their eyes, deserving of naught but slaughter. Oh, for a pleasant moment I felt the faintest touch of hope. But you are right, though. They are demons, and we are damned. She's tempered. Oh, for woe! My poor children have lost their faith, their minds poisoned by lies. They turned away from the Lord of the world, and cast their lot in with the enemy. 'Tis so, my queen, 'tis so. We will have no choice but to abandon our sacred spawning grounds and sink to the ocean's floor to rot and decay. Oh, dearest of my children, you tell me then we have no future? How can I bring new life into this world, knowing that my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? How can I bear this unbearable thinking? I cannot! Oh, brilliant! What's happening? Please, my queen, you must calm yourself. Oh, such power, such beauty, a blessing from Lord Leviathan himself. That's not a blessing. Well, that got messy. So this is a blasphemy, hey? I can see what all the fuss was about. Have your wits about you? Good. If you can fight, now. If you can fight, now's the time. Yeah, okay. Strike now, my queen. Send the Shorewalkers and their honourless leader to their death. The hell? What's happening? I can't feel my legs. Why, Mother? Are we not your children too? We cannot weather another blow like the last. That's their former captain. Has to be. Don't know what the hell seven else has happened, but I'll be damned if I'm going down to go down without a fight. Steady, the beast is feeding on her ether. We'll not survive a head-on fight. London Lord, remember the combat stratagem when faced with overwhelming odds. Retreat, retreat! Let's get ourselves the bloody hells out of here. Sounds good to me. Don't know who that was, but we'll be finding out sooner or later, I suppose. Oh. Wonder who that is. Damn it all! We'd have better luck holding back the tide. How goes it, friends? It's what I would normally ask, but judging from the muttered cursing, I gather it did not go all that well. We barely escaped to our lives. To think the damn beast had the power to stop us in our tracks, literally. What do we know of the creature's origins? Was it once as Hagen as you suspected? Mayhap the Echo afforded Taylor some insight. Yeah, it did. That was their spawn mother, it turns out. Toad's villain knows no bounds. Sowing seeds of despair in our Queen Mother's heart, that she might transform into that monstrosity. If she were the first to turn, there was nothing deliberate about it. Still, it's clear that his words served as a catalyst. If we kill the blasphemy, it'll be tantamount to killing the Sargin's queen. That's not going to endear to us to them one bit. I cannot turn my spear against the mother who birthed me, let alone take her life. Out of curiosity, did anyone see who fired that shot? If we're not for them, we'd all be dead. I know not, but we must formulate a plan, and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island and now roams the open sea. I will order them to continue the search. In the meantime, we must find a means to overcome the beast's formidable offense. Leave that to us. Time and time again, we've used our wits and experience to triumph over the longest odds. To defeat your enemy, first you must know your enemy. Tell me, Commander, who do you reckon has the most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our recent encounter? That the blasphemy has the power to absorb ether. I concur. Now that we know how the beast disable its foes, we can use this knowledge to devise a proper defense against it. But that is not all we've learned. While the blasphemy can maneuver through the water, it also frequents the caves and the like. Our best chance of defeating it would be in such a place. Our only chance, I dare say. I will send scouts to identify any and all large caverns in coastal areas that could serve as shelter for a massive creature. To ensure the safety of our people, to have any hope of peace with the Sargin, this is a battle that we must win. With all your strength and wisdom will be needed in the days to come. Dismissed. Come, let's share our findings with the Maelstrom. Alright. And great, I'm here, and it's got weather again. This place has weather like bloody England. It's pissing it down with rain. Absolutely pissing it down. Oh, that's Lucerne. She's one of the Balmung Novice Network's best. Now that we've seen what the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, 'tis more plain to me than ever that it must be slain. Reach out to all trade ships entering and departing Limsa. Inform them that any sightings of the blasphemy are to be reported to Maelstrom Command at once. Understood, but given the beast's abilities, how do you intend to overcome it? I trust that the company of heroes and Talo, experienced primal slayers all, will find a way. Yet I would leave no resource untapped. There is one more whose expertise I would call upon, if you would agree. Even Westket is at a loss to his former companion's whereabouts. Maybe Ainzar could offer some guidance. No doubt you are still fatigued from the battle with the blasphemy. Play rest while you are able. Well, and we are ready to take further action. You will hear from me. Till then, take care. Alright. Right then. To Camp Broken Glass. Oh, that's not good. Oh, straight away we get an instance. In that case, before that, there's something I'm going to go do. Gemstone Trader. Yeah. There we go. That's going to make things a little easier. Talo, not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlem under ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you'll have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troop over the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. Have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we'll discuss them later. Trust you're ready to part. Right, firstly, before that, bird. There you go. Right then, this is going to be straight into an instance. Earlier on the Magna Glacius. Oh, brilliant. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
Holy shit, this ain't good.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
He's no guy, is he?
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Whoa! Oh jeez, that's a biggie.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Yeah.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh jeez. Yeah, looks like I'm fighting as Alpha now.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Yeah.
Leave it to me.
Yeah. Oh jeez.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now.
There we are.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
So basically this is where things are all gone a bit to shit.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Oh! It's going down. Whatever that is, that's going to hurt.
Hard, but not hard enough.
Yep. That's that big gun down.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Holy shit, that's a nasty one.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Oh!
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Oh, good.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
I'd say so.
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight!
You don't fucking say.
To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
That ain't good.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
What the fuck did you do?
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Sounds like a good move.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
It's like we're going as Alice now. I like Alice. She's a badass. So she's small, but she's tough. Oh, and there's a big one at the hack. Let's deal with it now. I'm on the wrong damn side.
Not today.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
There we go.
On guard.
Whoa! Got it down.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
There isn't, no. Not by looks of things.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
No worries.
I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
Yeah.
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
This one's landed badly.
Look out!
Yep.
Get out of here! Quickly!
Yeah, it's not over yet.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Oh, he's pissed. Oh jeez, he must have gone straight through his head.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
And here I come swaggering in. The new outfit helps. You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
She was trying not to start crying.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Could say that.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Okay. Let's deal with this thing.
Oh, a trio for the ages. Just the beginning.
There we go. Oh dear.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
On your feet.
These some heavy hits I'm dealing.
Leave the healing to me. I'm in your debt.
Now, where were we?
There we go. This fucker's going down. Whoa! That's an Estinian. There we go. Even he's like, what the fuck's just happened? Well, looks like we survived at least.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Do they want to?
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
What we just saw, that ain't much. They're not even moving.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Maybe.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Or to run away.
Yes. Well.
I think he even admits that he's a coward.
Behind you! Just there!
Yeah. That's a very weird looking one.
More of them.
Oh dear.
Xenos! Here!
He's like,
all right. Hurry to the airship.
this dude's fucking dangerous.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
It's like, I've never seen that thing before, I wanted to kill it, basically.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
He seems
Your
to know already.
passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
I won't talk to Xenos. This guy's fucking horrifying. He's dangerous and
Garlemald
strong.
is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You. You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
I mean,
it will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
and you'd be going against Xenos, who would slaughter you in a second. The only person here who even stands against, could even stand against now, is the Warrior of Light. And he
Would
don't
you
care.
be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better.
Oh, yeesh.
Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask.
No man, I missed that
They
bit.
would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
He's like, I need to put this down, I will be killed.
A blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
You'll last all of 5 seconds against him.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Ow. I don't think he cares, though. You just see the fucker clank. You just hear the fucker clanking away.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
His eyes went wide. Well, would you like to be bollocked for several hours on the way to
Contain
Stallion?
your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
But yeah. I reckon Forshno should have been voiced by Chris Barry. I think you'd have to get a bollocking from a Stinian.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
And he will take it. He's never encountered. I think that's got him. I don't think he's ever encountered someone with such a tongue on them as a Stinian. I can guarantee if Alphino wound up with Forshno's seat, Forshno would be crying very quickly. Because Alphino knows what the fuck he's doing. To see Stino standing there so uncaring and unrepentant. God, don't know what came over me. Just blurt out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hoped they weren't inciting into further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, that's enough about that. It's good to see you again. Thank you! Yeah. Okay. Alright, that's a chainsword. I'm keeping that.
No major injuries then. Good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
Yeah, we managed to get there, at least.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
Oh, they did.
Though not all, I regret to say.
You're never going to be able to save everyone.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
And now he starts explaining.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent.
Alright, sorry. Didn't mean to click that.
Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
They probably will.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
I don't know if he doesn't like to act, does he?
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
We'd best.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
He's like...
Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Oh, he's not
nothing
gone.
so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Even he doesn't know entirely what it involves.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Well, he does. Don't say nothing about the rest of us.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
Kinda.
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Of course.
Did
you
you
heard something?
hear something just now?
I didn't, but you must have done. Oh dear. That's not good. That's all the pirates. Oh god.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hello, Oriandre.
"'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above."
Why does he always have to make such a fucking entrance?
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Your legs are showing in this.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Yeah, get him some
So
closer.
she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Yeah, which we're working on.
Marvelous they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
He can't cook.
Hey, maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
Not really, no. That's not the phrase I'd use either.
Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
He has no idea what the fuck's going on.
Living way, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
Fuck's sake.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither,
And I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
It's fucking better!
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Oh, good. Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yeah, probably a good move.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
He was fucking shivering. What the fuck? Okay, it's trying to draw me into a false sense of security again. I don't trust it. I dare say Master Forshner was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heideland's lunar custodians. As you'll soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Yeah! Yeah, okay. Oh, brilliant. Oh. Really? For the love of pudding. Really. So we get a quest with fucking Pudding Way. The shape of the pot keeps any lad who see... Oh, they talk to you. I need to go to talk to fucking Pudding Way over the last stand. Well, he's found himself somewhere to eat at least. To be fair, if this were me and I was living here, I'd be spending a lot of time here too. Trust me on that. Ah, you're with the students of Baldessian, aren't you? Please, I need your help. As I may recall, some cute, chat little rabbits were here with your people the other day. Well, one of them, a fellow named Puddingway, later came asking for, pudding. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money for it. Instead of paying, the boss suggested having him help around the place. The problem is, doesn't seem to understand how things work. Must be very different where he comes from. Anyway, if you have a moment, do you think you could accompany Puddingway on his errand? Nothing complicated, just collecting the items on this list. Well, I can't offer much, there'll be a little something in it for your troubles. Oh, good! Oh, Taylor, you've come at a perfect time to lend an ear to my woes. Ever since Oriante told me about it, it's my dream to taste the pudding of the star. Last that dream was in dashed, my quest for gastronomic pleasure thwarted. And by what? Something silly called Gill. I'd heard about this guild before coming here, but who would have thought I needed to eat pudding? And so my heart's desires must forever go unfulfilled. Did I get pudding, and all I need to do is fetch these things with you? I'll do it, for the love of Hyden, I'll do it. That's a metal mould, some Delmold's Fellows cookbook, and a bottle of Yakao milk we need, yes? Let's up to it! Oh, brilliant. So what we're doing, I think we're getting the ingredients for the stuff we need for the pudding. Well, last stand, are you? Heard of it saying someone. Here's the Yakao milk. Thank you. Can't wait for it to become delicious pudding. Ah, so that's what it's for. The milk's fresh and squeezed, so I dare say it'll make a fine treat. I like how they're all basically fucking nonplussed. And here I am with a sword that doubles as a chainsaw. And after this, it'll be time to start work on bloody Dark Knight. And once I'm done with that, I'm actually going to get to work on my crafters. Not Dark Knight. Once I'm done with all this, I might actually go and unlock thingy, Reaper, eventually, if I can be asked. That might not be for a bit, though. Among other things. There is legit no food for fucking crits at this point. At least, Jesus fuck game, making my life more difficult than it has to be. What can I help you, little bunny friend, with? We need a metal mould, something suitable for making delicious pudding. Do you have any? As a matter of fact, did you fill the last time to take it? I'll get it and put it on your account. Thanks for your custom. There we go. Well then. Later. And the last one is over at the fucking library. At the Numenon. Got no idea how it's pronounced, but I'm assuming it's pronounced Numenon. There we go. Missile Monopteros. Oh, it's up here. It's up. Would be a bloody cliff in the way, wouldn't there? I forgot that actually looked quite good. After this, go deal with the secret in the box. And be very careful not to have a Freudian slip with it. Don't accidentally call it secret of the box. Which I just did. That's either a very fancy strong glass pattern, or it's a glyph. And there's Granville again. Oh, and here's a copy of Delmont's cookbook. Ah, I think this is the cookbook we're looking for. No, it says it's already checked out for us, so all we need to do is grab it and bring it back. You better appreciate this pudding way. And I believe that's a mammoth. Yep. That fucking glitch again! Again, I quite like that stuff. It covers up the eye of Taylor's eye that doesn't work. It's handy. How'd it go? We were able to obtain everything. Yeah, there you go. And the thing, they finally get to try their pudding. Wonderful. It's about making pudding at once. Not just any pudding either, but the famous rainbow pudding, born of the brilliant culinary mind of the legendary Master Delmont. Little one has wanted to try pudding so badly. It's only right that we serve them the very best. That's your good self. It isn't much, but please accept this as payment for your troubles. I'm hoping that I have the Eorzean version of Gordon Ramsay in here. At long last, the pudding of this star. I can already taste it. So much better than Andre's lackluster offerings. Thank you ever so much. Because of you, not only do we get to eat pudding, but I've learned a thing or two about their making to boot. As surely as my name is Pudding Away, I'll endeavour to learn about as much about this toothsome treat as I can. I was laughing at just I was laughing afterwards. It just sees you sat at the table just with a massive fucking burger. Gotta do this next side quest. Then back to the plot. Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance in the journal, duty list and map will be limited. You'll need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. You are Taylor Destiner, are you not? I've been looking for you. I'm an adventurer too, and I've been tasked with delivering the letter and box to you. Though I can't say who sent them, rest assured my client means you no ill. My work is done, so I leave you to it, but I suggest you start by reading the letter. Dear Taylor, it's a gift in the box. For you in the box. You can open it. If you do so, you must acquire 3 keys, the key for which are somewhere in Sharlayan. Solve the following riddles to find them, and do try to have... Well, this is a game after all. Firstly, towards wisdom aspiring, the keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring and new trails blazed. Yet the mind is a muscle, in rest it doth grow. So let all embrace slumber, the better to know. By a life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching his prizes to keep it hunger sate. Yet no prize so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Blessed by the nymphi, a keeper doth stand, enthralled in a tale, a book in his hand. Yet evocative as letters on parchment may be, 'tis words said and heard which impel destiny. One of them, I'm off over here. Nothing. So there's people I need to speak to here. Oh, brilliant. So shouldn't have come in, I wasn't ready for the main cutscene. Might as well deal with it. Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I did inadvertently awaken in the poet a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kral tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I'd rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Cue some explaining. Including about how Venar and Hydaelyn have some, i.e. Hydaelyn, must have something planned. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akashar are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamics of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetherius. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venar, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venar you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetherius, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Venar I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit of for her will, or provided such clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she's been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Yep. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method would depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the ethereal sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much of a whisper from Hydaelyn. even from within the antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostro where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. Oh, they're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Meanwhile, I'm going to try finish this side quest off. Solve the riddles to obtain the keys. Alright. Right. Looks like the first step we want there. Right. I'll skip through them all. I think one of them is going to be... One of them's probably going to be over here, and another one's going to be probably going to be over at the Scholar. Right. This one's tricky. Bloody controller. Went weird for a minute there. You think they'd have one of the Scholar? There we go. Right. Get the feeling that's going to be one of the late game dungeons. Alright. Or Mimi, probably nothing. Yeah. Well, the sounds, yes, I'm still with it. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this quest out. Heal Dwas. I'm not really gonna voice act anyone. He's the sort of fellow who'd run from a fight any day. Yep. Right. This one's actually quite a tricky one. Honestly, this is tricky. This is tough. I might actually have to Google this one. That's a ferry ticketer. Honestly, God, I'm surprised we didn't have to stow away aboard the fucking Misery again. For God's sake. Normally, I don't like doing this. Sleepy student NPC. So around about there. There we go. And too far at least. Yeah. Can I do set these apart? I'm sure I'll find out afterwards. Moonward stuff. Basically, they've already hit 90. They must hit it bloody quickly. Well, I'll be doing some I'll be getting plenty of tomes when I'm grinding. Seven, 9. Yeah. 13, 8. So I'm basically marked the wrong area on the map entirely. Should have figured they'd be in there. Oh, there we go. Been waiting for you, Taylor. Here, my master bade me give you this key. To go so far to disguise himself as a woman? Shows how much he wanted to meet you in person. Anyway, I've played my part, so I'll return to my training. Enjoy the rest of the game. There we go. So all the way up here now. There we go. I'm not going that way to Stavnir again. That almost ended up with the warrior like vomiting all over someone. Not the most pretty moment for them, but oh well. Right, a nutkin. Well done, my friend. From the tales I heard about you, I expected you'd find me in short order. You did. Heard from who? You asked? Oh, just a man I admire. It was due to his influence that I decided to train under the same master. Joy to see him again after all these years. My disguise I chose because I felt it'd be a good match for him. Quite convincing, don't you think? Ah, before I forget, here's a key. I'll let you get back to the game, but when you have a moment, I'd love to hear some of your tales. Right then. $11.5. It's pretty much around here then. Basically, I'm pretty much next to them already. Greeting, Taylor. You sought me out means you read the letter, and solved the riddle besides. All of our master's pupils, your comrade is the least poetic by far. I've never stopped him from trying to woo the ladies with a song. He truly is hopeless. Still, good to see him hale and whole. From what master tells us, he's been through a lot. Next time you see him, do pass along my regards. Interior, of course, is your key. Well, alright. Let's go deal with that then. There we go. Dear Taylor, allow me to congratulate you for solving the riddles. As promised, the gift is yours to take. A long time ago, Master Louis Soir left a little troublemaker in my care. Her behest, I taught the boy everything I knew in the ways of survival and infiltration. After years away from these shores, the boy returned a man. By the set of his face alone, 'tis plain he's matured greatly. Products of his time with science, I do not doubt. I thank you for being there for him, and that you ask that you continue to do so. Lastly, I ask you that you forgive me for not saying this directly. Despite myself, I've never been good at expressing heartfelt sentiments in person, hence this letter. The manner of its delivery, at the very least, I wish to make interesting and hope you derive some enjoyment from it. Oh. Right then. Back up to the forum then. To the Roastra. With that, back to the story. That was literally just 2 side quests. Good way to kill a little bit of time. Oh. Chauffier. Another member of Galmol, another member of Balmung's Novice Network, and again one of the best. Which is sound. Oh, their sound. I don't know if I don't know their identity. Form is in session. As such, the roster is closed to visitors. A sound of the seventh dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armament at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Alright then. There you go. This is where the public stuff happens. There we go. Yep. Looks like there's going to be a lot of whining that they've had to do this.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Go on.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
Yeah, I'll tell what it is first.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus.
They'll act like they're actually the only option.
You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han.
Just as people of Radzat-Han.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
Yeah.
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
Probably not.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
That's a good one.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
She's right. I think she's probably right.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
He's like, they've figured it out.
It was simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
He's like, they don't all like, this ain't good.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
He's like, shit.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Master Fortnite's pissed.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Yeah, but we've got access to the ironworks, so you don't.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
I'll have a think on it.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
He's like, they've all gone against me, I'm fucked.
Very well.
They've got him by the balls.
Pull this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Right then. Sorry about not letting you the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part, but since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteion, spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how the ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Probably a good move, and again, I think he's probably just like, you've just really put me in the shit. As instructed, I will still take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? I just like how we've put him in the shit. There we go. Firstly, shared fate. Achieving data. Oh, good. I'll go and have a word with the gemstone trader. Thought waiting for us there, but I guess not. That would have made fucking sense. Right, this is the Archean. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaean's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. I still think the dude's got an ego to him. Basically, my opinion of the art of the forum is still fucking low. Which is the lift, yes? Yeah, I do. I've sent your associate ahead to Logistic Alpha on the other side of Meriol Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind, it can wait. Let's attend to the matter at hand. I think he wants to hear some stories. Honestly, my opinion of the... My opinion of the forum and Sharlayan is still fucking low. They mean to flee rather than look for some plan of success. You know what? Give me a moment. Back to Dark Knight we go then. Seriously, this will be much easier when I can fucking fly. Because this zone is ridiculous. And we've still got one more zone to go after this. The goal is to have beaten the game by tomorrow, at the latest. Which I will be able to do. That, sorry. Here being Logistic and Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and disperses vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What, left me behind? Actually, you were the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. Well, fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the interweaving aspects of the natural world, to go inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in creating similar environments, come to view new processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. No mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded towards the Grimm's fate that awaits the theorists, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that's not all. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavoured to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Last time's not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. It's about time. There we go. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Cockle Dankol, after whom the fort is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Again, I don't think he's entirely happy with this. I think we've actually really upset him by doing this. Because he no longer has any control over the situation. To put it simply, we have Sharlayan by the balls. That is a propeller. There's going to be side quests here, aren't there? Deal with that after the cutscene.
I could swap them out. No. Been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
He's in voice.
Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged. For better or worse.
Yeah.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Yeah.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Oh, that's good at least.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive.
Well, it's a fucking moon, what do you expect?
It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Yeah.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Oh.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Well, we'll fail to find some.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
True.
Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
Oh.
According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Well, yeah, they're elegant. That's what they do.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
The White Raven's ghost still fucking haunts me.
Heavens, are you alright? You look pale as a...
Well,
Let's put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
I'm forgetting he's got contacts.
Sancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Nice catch.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavenward.
Oh.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
He's like, you've made contacts. Maybe we should have... Yeah.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Oh, that's good at least.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Oh.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Yeah. So, as is La.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal.
Yeah, we know.
Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Yep, I like this dude.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer.
Fucking Sicard.
I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Yeah, kinda.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
He's just gonna be standing there like... He wasn't... He's like, you wouldn't spare me in a pretty face, were you? Nope, I was busy making political connections. He's like, well, I'm superfluous. And Forster's got walks off knowing he's fucking superfluous here. Right, before I do anything else, I need to pay a little visit to the John. Will not be long. Apparently I've been dropping a ton of frames tonight. Didn't brilliant. Oh. It's experiencing a few issues. I've got no idea how to sort that. Give me a sec, actually. Should be right. What I might do is try and shut a couple of programs down, so shut down my web browser, because that normally takes up a lot of fucking running power. Right, now I'll be right back. I'm doing. Oh, hello. Hello, Sagatha. I'm doing all right today, man. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, just a, 42. It's saying 42%. Now, I've got no idea quite how to fix that. This is not my area. It's not really my area of expertise. And apparently it's been going on since I started the stream. I got no idea how to fix it. But I'm hoping it's not too bad. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud's become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Hopefully. And who might that be? It's for me to know and you to find out. On that note, I leave matters in your capable hands. Best of luck. But yeah. Oh, nice. I didn't actually know I'd get a nice amount of that. But yeah, we're nearing the end of this game. I'm not going to be finishing this storyline tonight. I'm going to be getting quite close to it. Meanwhile, in Uldar, there we go. See what she's got in store.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make.
Well, I wish you best luck with that, love.
Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
She knows what she's
Dear
doing.
guys, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
I believe he's on the Syndicate.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
What a name, Zimberk. Jesus, he's got a few scars.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way.
I'm getting less and less as I go
Lord
along.
Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of
Well, he
course,
will do.
I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
As long as you pay your bills.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet,
Hopefully
when
not.
we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
Hopefully. Some people never do.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Wish you the best of luck. But yeah, we're reaching the climb. I'm aiming to at least try and get to the last zone tonight. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud. Oh, Gridania. Must be over near Arthur's Guild. I like how he's using this as an excuse to go spelunking and see what he can do. Also, his hair's clipping through his coat.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Well, that's something. Oh!
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Oh. The resistance have shown up.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk.
Oh.
So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbours a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
But like, well, what's it? I think you
While
don't
it
think I
pains
said no.
me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
You forget how much time she's spent here with Papalimo.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
Oh yeah. Remember that.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I appear to be dropping less and less frames at least.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
He's probably watching thinking, well, you've got something special planned, haven't you? Meanwhile, in Kurthus. There's a Manolane.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Oh, it's the Font's grave. I miss Orsifont. It's clear they do as well. Whoa!
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
You don't say! Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Fuck's sake.
And so, in summation,
Fucking
the Eastern
Hancock.
Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Yeah, I can see it looks a little choppy.
Is that...
Oroban? Not seen him in a while.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Jeez.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Seryu. I think that's Seryu. transfer these in black. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet the requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there all else we might do to be of service? Huh. You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, lad with red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than an average scholar. Well, he does. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Gahat are established a rapport, why don't we help in preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in the terms of our arrangement, but I suppose this is not to curry favour. As confident I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarise ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. If no else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while I wait for the adamantite. Yeah, I'd rather not stand around with I'd rather not sit around with my thumb up my arse. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you're a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Right then. Before that, in appear to be any side quests here, so what I'm going to do is something I should have done earlier. And that is go over here. Centre Soma. At least now I can move a bit quicker, because we've got to go over up to there, to Charlie and Hamlet. There we go. That's just for stat counter, which is something I use on a blog I run on the side because, well, let's put it this way, there's people in the past I've pissed off a bit, and I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather withhold them of ammunition and make it difficult for them to come after me. Yeah, this is one of the less interesting zones we've been to. I mean, for a start, we've been to the fucking moon this expansion, for a start. I mean, seriously, the moon. We've been to Garlemald, which is cold as tits. We have been to the past, which was an experience and a half. I'm actually need to do this enter the next one on Dark Knight. go. There we go. There we go. A little bit of free experience ain't gonna do me any harm on that. A little bit of free experience ain't gonna do me any harm. Well, I can tell a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar like Monty Shane mentioned. So I'll be asking around. Ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetherytes once our work is done. Sounds good to me. Yep, more side quests. Back to doing them on Dark Knight for a bit. That's going to be a chain. No, it's not. Excuse me, sir. I simply couldn't help notice you have a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wild. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? Go on. You see, amongst the troops living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic. See if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Annulus. I would go after him, but I'm so stumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you. Will you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with this favourite food, and with it, you shall be able to calm the piteous thing. Hoping that that'll be enough to see his sense restored for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell and Annulus seek to impede or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Oh, good. Right. Before I do these, sort myself up with it. Right. Always wise to do that. Fiola. Oh my, the ways of Thaliak are as mysterious as they are providential. To think a man so robust as you would appear before me in my hour of need. This is not divine intervention, I don't know what it is. Go on. I face a trial for which I'm not equal, nor shall ever be. It involves the capture of my most feared nemesis. Sorry. Tomatoes. You see, I can barely speak the Filebreast's name without my gorge writing. You would do well to consider my offer, truly. I have money set aside. Quite a bit of it, in fact. All you need to do is capture one of those vile vegetables. You'll find them near Meriol Agronomics, and they are quite hard to miss, disgusting things that they are. Oh, brilliant! I've got to go up there! Excuse me, but can I trouble you for a moment? I'm looking for someone, you see, and I was hoping you might help. I was due to receive a pair of beasts captured in St. Motian's Arboretum, but the gleaner who's meant to make the delivery has yet to appear, and I've grown rather tired of waiting. I've tried reaching him via Link Pearl, but to no avail. Tempted to go out and search for him myself, but what if he arrives and I'm not here? So would you be willing to find said gleaner for me? Okay. Thank you. You ought to be a relatively easy spot, I should think, considering he's travelling with 2 mud-covered seedkin. Search wets of here. First, I'll check around here, just to make sure it's not round the corner or some such. Did you find it before I do? Hurry back here, will you? Deal with the other ones in a moment. It is the one's quite literally next to us. And it helps that there is something nearby. $169. Nice. Yep. Oh, that's very convenient. It's right bloody next to me. Wrong button. You know there, fella. Thank goodness here. Prapasa caught me by surprise. Get me an acid shock. What are you doing all the way out here? Go explaining. Of course, I suppose all this waiting would make anyone rather nervous. Give me apologies to the operator when I deliver these specimens. As for the specimens themselves, well, let's say I'm rather surprised still in one piece, despite being bathed in lightning. The Earth alignment probably saved them, come to think of it. Sorry. At any rate, thank you, kind stranger. That I'll be among the living if not for your aid. Right then, better get going. Don't want to keep the operator waiting any longer than he already has. Well, the frame jobs are getting better. That is a big fucking tree-like thing. You know, I'll deal with that one shortly because it's next to that. For now. Back to the fucking back to the little bloody hamlet. Seriously, Charlie, you could have made this easier. Oh, Homra. So she's, again, another one of our neighbours. There you are. I was wondering when I'd see you again. The Gleaner told me of everything that happened, how you got him out of a tight spot. He seemed to have escaped largely unscathed, but the Cry-Rugent are giving me a thorough inspection just in case. You may not know this, they're actually a variety of corcoperm. But these happen to be smeared in a unique type of mud originating from the Arboretum. Judging by the look on your face, you already know these species, don't you? Yes, something tells me you're already quite intimate with the Arboretum. Isn't it just a wonderful place? You must be wondering why I required these muddy little things. Well, I had a theory that their Earth alignment might prove to be of use in the amplification of said element. I had not expected such an unfortunate accident would come out of my curiosity, though. Well, we're none of us the worse for wear, so perhaps not that unfortunate. The Gleaner's still alive and kicking. There's someone on Omega. And the sample safely made it safely here. All thanks to you, of course. So all's well that ends well, yes? Yeah, I'd say so. Yep. And yeah, I'm in a bloody car and I just got stuck in a wall temporarily because of this bloody controller again. Right. Distressed chief. Distressed chef, I mean. Heavens forfend. To think this would happen in my kitchen, the nerve. Oh, you there. Yes, you. You've the look of a man who knows what he's about, and I'm in desperate need of one such as you. Picked myself a bushel of merry old agronomics apples, but wouldn't you know, some nasty mandragora has swiped those red beauties from under my nose. Not how they got in here in the first place, but that's besides the point. I could well try to steal them back myself, but goodness knows how many hours it'd be before I stumbled upon that blasted bandit. I'm only one man. I'm only one man. I can't cover all that ground by myself, so be a friend and help me get my apples back, would you? Okay. Just knew you'd oblige me. Now then, let's talk strategy. I'll scour the area to the south of here, you take the north. Deal? Mandragoras bury themselves in the dirt to hide, so if you see one of their bulbous heads poking out of the soil, hit them with one of these malodorous bombs. They'll be so surprised to get a face full of stink, they'll leap out and leave behind my apples. The thief will probably take a running, but let him go. Strong appeal for proof returns. Besides, Mandragora carcass isn't on the menu tonight. Right then, leave it to your search. Happy hunting! She's one pissed off kitty. Well, that one's on my way around, so I might as well get him. Helping with the arc. Even if with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final data have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. No. But honestly, the plan is cowardice. What luck! The auditor of the gallant thought I was in search of. You see, I've whipped up an experimental new tincture, one that brings low a certain type of fiend. I'd hoped a brained adventurer might test its efficacy for me in the field. Since you're here, perhaps you could fill that role. Good. Now then, about this solution of mine. With the help of some gleaners, I've crafted a concoction that can incinerate even the hardest of Seed King's casings, allowing one to make quick work of the beasts. So my hypothesis goes anyway. Alas, my genius remains untested and thus unproven, which is where you come in. One so well versed in the ways of war should have no trouble at all verifying the tincture's efficacy, I should think. Based on the information I've ascertained, a North-sized Hekanon can be found wandering about to the west of Logiticon Beta. Douse that sadistic Seed King in my newest nostrum and bash it into a bloody pulp for me, would you? Much obliged? Hello, are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things have gone to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out is tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplaced a few legumes or what have you. The farm's got enough on the plate as it is, what we're deciding who gets to board the ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they enough time to sleep? I can guarantee it's probably got... A lot of them are probably like, no Eorzean warmongers. There we go. Go deal with that one. Go deal with that one because it's actually quite nearby. Walk back. Go deal with that. Go deal with that. So it's approximately around here. Oh. Oh, it's down. Oh, it's here. This one. That's handy. Next one's all the way up there then. So for now... Right. Right, I've got to save someone's hide now, haven't I? Well, best hop to it. Yep. Right then. There we go. These things aren't that strong. Yeah, fruit. Roar! Well, I saved the troll. There we go. Right then. Let's get ourselves back up there so I can deal with seeing red and get her a tomato. I think she gipped when she was thinking about it. That wasn't me, don't worry. Well, I'll have to go up there. I've got to go up there, unfortunately. Right, over here. Seeing red. And that's garlic, egg, queen. Got it. Right, back to Charlie and Hamlet. Didn't mean to do that. Right then. Look, you've returned. I can't thank you enough. I know that might not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos. Keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming a leader of his tribe. Perhaps even guardian of the forest one day. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we've responsibility to watch over them and to ensure they're well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Yeah, it would. Oh yes, reward. Here, as promised. Now, at the high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Yeah. I'll say at least he's looking after it. Right then. To the north and deal with it and finish off seeing red. It's over here. To Fiola. Well, were we able to capture one of those terrible tomatoes? Yes, I was. It's in this bag. Pardon me, even this sack I cannot stomach the wretches. Better in than out, I suppose. At least it won't get its disastrously. Better in than out, I suppose. At least it won't get its disastrously painful juices into anyone's eyes. Sorry. You must be curious as to why tomatoes, maddened into violence, were running amok. Well, the truth is, a gleaner had sowed a contrace of vegetable seeds cultivated on the plantation, and a few of these vermin managed to slip in unnoticed. The soil was exceptionally fertile by the looks of it, because the creatures proliferated with alarming ease, more so than anybody could have possibly guessed. Trying to shut my web browser down now and it's not having it. And so, to provide this tale with an even stranger twist, the duties they squirted into my eyes had a salubrious effect. I no longer have need of glasses. I can see perfect clarity now. Though I was in a great deal of pain, mind you. Well, when life gives you tomatoes make, I just know that that hasn't a very pithy ring to it at all. At any rate, your service has been most helpful. I will begin my research as soon as I'm back in the laboratory. And before I forget, your reward. Yeah. As I'm not the only person doing this. I might as well finish off the main storyline quest, because that's basically on the way here. It's got no idea who the fuck to talk to now. There we go. This place is a bit confusing. I'm sure there is somewhere. Possibly around here, actually. Having to help? It's very kind, but I should be able to organise the rest of the documents by myself. It's most just lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. Looking forward to meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. Hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why? I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like the hatted rabbit that ran by. You're in luck! You're in real good. Yeah, you're in luck. Because that's what they are. Behatted fucking rabbits. Fancy meeting you here, Taylor. Our friends in the forum brought us here to see their tiny boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the theories itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. Suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. At least that's what we were planning to do until we chance upon Urionje and your good self. Since about dawdling about and engaging in idle chit chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Well, that'd be fun. Yeah, deal with side quests first. Because that one's going to be a ball, I gotta know it. This one up here then. Load of apples. There we go. I get a little bit of this side quest over here. See if I can have a look at this fate beforehand, though. I'm not going to do it because it's damn near dead. It'd be pointless to even try and get involved at this point. Actually, I'm going to miss the damn thing now because the walls. Oh well. I might as well go over to Aporia while I'm at it. Oh, there we go. That's not be around that way. Am I serving? Yeah. There we go. Deaded. You know, I might as well go over to Aporia, see if I can get that one as well. No side quest there yet. Just might. It's always better to get the Aetheryte while you're around, you know. Saves a bit of time later on. This place looks a lot posher. Irmagerd. Really? Really? Southeast, so it'll be around that way. Just near Logistic and Gamma. Oh, there we are. Well then. Appropriate name for a move. Stomp. Well then. Back to Charlie and Hamlet. My knees are fucking bothering me, that's not good. I've got these two side quests to finish first. Ah, there you are. I come up empty-handed, sad as that is to admit. How did you fare? Were you able to recover the apples? Here, 5 big apples. You were! Oh my, I can't thank you enough. Goodness me. Now that I have a proper look at them, they're rather enormous, aren't they? Funny how I didn't see that before. Labyrinthos, as you surely know, it is entirely man-made, and our continued prosperity is thanks in part to the elemental reactor and the false sun. Though, truth be told, those things are likely to be for our rather oversized fruit. Word is, there's research afoot to see if the above-ground orchards could produce something of a similar size as well. Given what little we know, though, I'm sure that is quite a long way off. Oh, begging your pardon, here I am talking to you off when I'm sure you've better things to be going on with. Heavens no, I certainly do. Apple pies don't bake themselves now, do they? Thank you again for your help. No, she could have made me one for doing that favour for her, you know. Yeah. And there's the last one. Back over to Charmant. If you're going back to deal with Living Way. Why not a scratch on you? I take this to mean my serum did its job then. Well, certainly did. That's all. Goodness, my genius is rather startling, isn't it? Without a tincture and most hastily thrown together, nary a thought was thrown into it. At any rate, I thank you for services rendered. Here for your troubles. Well then, must return to my pondering. These theories of mine won't hypothesize themselves. No, they won't, dickhead. Right, back to fucking Living Way. A Tower of Labyrinthos, an unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it will be in our best interest to have the Loperates acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvellous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes. The what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Taylor. The what's-it. I like how he refers to it as the what's it. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Oh, brilliant. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of the tanks? Now I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be flowing water drawn up from below. Is that what I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they drop the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Possibly. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endvale. Hold on. That's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's why they store the water. Yes, it is. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even in the harshest of environments. For us Laporites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Etheris sometimes make their home in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Areas near waterfalls are common sights for villages in Girabania. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. You can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logistic and Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loperates will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shallian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern, indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous creatures looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator, with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loporites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Of course. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed! It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, going away. To the water extraction, what's it? Before that, the bird needed feeding. Oh good, I've got all the ether currents. Well, let's deal with these things. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction water is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if that's all the same to you. Right then, let's see what they got next. My friends, I bid you welcome to the Jessican Alpha. Our destination not lie at the lift stop. Pray follow me. Here we go. Marvellous, simply marvellous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetherius so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Right then. It's all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables we seek may be found at Meriol Agronomics. As I imagine seeing Wayne and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of these apparatus, would thou be so kind to exhort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriantre was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention that Aetherius will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Then let us brook no further delay. Right then. Here I am on the big stompy thingy. The high elegant coat. It actually works rather well. Well then. The cooking way. This place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruits and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to fight with a few samples. Right then. Got another word with Jebki up here. Ah, what a fine mess this is. What's up? Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd so ran if I could, but I'm right off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. Not first on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final day to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. So that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. Really wish to sample a little of your produce, if you may? By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Oh! The grapes. Oh, know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe floss of carrots, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from pleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? Brave and erupting volcano for some of them. A nice bunch. Considering as them once did that. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? What I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next street. Basically, yeah, wine. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the colour? Who cares? A seat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes. Yeah, nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriandre about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavours, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned up your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvellous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. How but speaking of carrots, have you yet to sample any of the vegetables? Let's see what's in that field over there. Right then, over there. So the legume, what are they? Legumes à pois. What am I saying? All these. Legumes à pois. Pointy veg. That colour, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Nah. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech, blech. Ugh, so hard and flavourless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see that the pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. You'll find it an awful bother. Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But what else? Cooking allows us to draw out the full potential for our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favourite dishes for as long as I remember. Perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? That's going to be a lemon. What a wondrous thing. But look, it'll have a flame, even to match. I have no idea how it's eating. I'll just bite into it. Oh, no. My tongue! Is this poison? You're not meant to eat them. You're meant to... Yeah, jeez. Lemon! You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something be so... orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate returns good in this ordeal, I thought I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells to return to the others. Yeah, you don't eat them like that! You don't eat lemons, they're meant for juice. Ugh, I felt that for him. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamoured with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learnt the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was lemon. The deceiver. Still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate to leave it with a bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than once, I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If it doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be a misery not to spurn this opportunity to... Oof, bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. He's a baker, I guess. Well, I still detect a hint of lemon. It complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I would never have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilised so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. Same is true for many other ingredients. Come down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. Sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonised over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loperates, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for its survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations in time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. Will I give you lemons? Make lemon muffins! Pardon my Eorzan, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. Look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Oriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? There we go. And back over to Rion J. Yeah. Right then. But yeah, as I said, my goal tonight is to try and get to the final zone, and I'm going to do it. I'll get there eventually. Yep. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limbs of the Minzer is home to the Culinarians Guild, and many less than savoury establishments. Yeah. With that time to visit, the more I learn of a theorist, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heideling's ordered her to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. See, that's what we're working on that. Tailo, I trust thy time at Merial Economics did bear fruit. That's nasty coffee, Andre. I know. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us for a fortnight. Alas, time's of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend each and every laboratory there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Right, back to Charlie and Hamlet. I swapped the wrong one. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. What's up? Yes, Taylor, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for a theorist at Logistic and Alpha, that's why. Forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Should say the forests are the first. One of them was purple, which was an experience. Gah! I say. The star's so wonderful it comes as no surprise you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all, thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Tancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may find other ways to lighten their burden. For me, be of use to the people. I'm honoured that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. Pardon me? If you say so, I suppose I can't help to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looks in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. It's as good a place as any. Come. Yep. This place is a ball ache to find your way around. Cutscene time. Again. Yep. Oh, can I help you? I'm wondering what we can do for you, mate. It's you would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us the five troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity. And it's built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but... I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether burner design was flawless too. Look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not so sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is no different down here, you see. Same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I expect both parties will find comfort in this conversation. Oh, good. Yet if Thancred's shall be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like to learn more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheirys, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Talos, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succour. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce seeds to a suitable Loporit. Leave it to me. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. Right, 1 second. Well then. Are they... Fucking show off. Right then. Seek out troubled souls in Charlian Hamlet. Brilliant, there's a lot of them. Physics bunch. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add one to the mound, 5 bunches of weed in the... I'm not forgetting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. But I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, then I noticed these weeds and... Go over to your own jail. Be introduced to someone. Having conversation with a partner so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Basically, she's got trouble getting her mind together. We're going to be doing something with him. The end of the world is nigh. The world goes no faster. Schedule was sort of temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I never felt so alive. This one's beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Yes, you! Yes, you! Yes, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? These imbeciles refused to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody apartment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you. You wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all to inflict this man upon the Loporrits. Yeah. That look! She just glared at me. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Explain. Including the Loporrits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Past their biology itself might offer some clue as well. There we go. Consulting our collaborators. Suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insights into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. So in their case, it's a case of trying to figure out the maths of the entire thing. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played at the piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. Basically, he's fucked. How might I help you? Explain. Oh, hello, Mecca. You alright? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed becoming rather tense, so I put out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down a few hundred cups. Don't you worry, I can manage. Hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This one's doing better than you are. Yeah. So, I'm having to find people for the moon rabbits to talk to. Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker has been... The story's brilliant. It's properly brilliant, but holy shit, are things getting a... It's something... If there's something I know about this game, it's that it likes lulling you into a false sense of security. It's very good at that. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I've not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm the ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine... Loprits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2 dozen times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Yeah. I almost fell off then. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? This is what dying feels like. Yeah. Oh, do pardon me, didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I saw you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to part at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming counting lights and dooming all mankind. That's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Go speak with the Loporits. Our Vincent can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. That calmed him the fuck down. So, yeah. Yeah, I know this game ain't really your cup of tea, E-Mecha, but... Well, things are getting interesting. Concerned? No, no point worrying in one at this stage. It's only make the work that go that much slower. Yeah. That's a woman who no longer gives a solitary fuck. Wow. Forgot I did that. When I think about the medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgeons, but to imagine in every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. Saying nothing of the effects that living out there definitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? So basically, I'm having to run all over this blooming area to find people who need a bit of help. I found some people doing fine, some people not dealing so fine, and a dickhead. Just leave me to my misery. The form can point something else. I apologise. Simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pleasure? Go speak with the Loporits. You know a starship pilot that might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They're going to help me prepare for this monumental task. Right then. And over to this skeptical researcher. Have you heard anything about what's on the moon? I have no doubt we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what made by God know who. Why don't you have a word with them around here? He needs more tweed. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Yeah, seriously, these scientists need more tweed. Because scientists are typically a very, very tweedy bunch. There's Sophie again. Behold, Talo, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bond of friendship might be forged. To greater matters require not thine attentions. Watch over them, I prithee. Well, might as well wait around. Again, they need more. They need a bit more tweed. And Oriandra's speaking. Oriandra's speaking with some of them.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
And here's Thancred.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Yeah, just a bit. And Oriandre is doing his own fair share of chatting.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Oh, yeah, I know.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
Yeah, he's like, there will be some important ones.
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Yeah, just a bit. Again, it's only Oriandre, he has a flair for the dramatic.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt.
More than probably.
Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Moonbreeder. Oh!
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Oh gods. They must be.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh. I was about to... We should go say hi and at least
It has been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Yeah.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
She's not happy.
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Hook the woman back, for fuck's sake.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
She doesn't care, I don't think.
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings.
Congratulations, it's my first time crying on stream.
Platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
Or stood by and watched popcorn.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You have no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be.
He's going to have it at some point.
You too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
And White Auracite. She's the one who developed that. She's the reason we're even standing here. The reason we managed to put the Ascians down, for the most part.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
To all of us.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
He's right.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Well, that's the first time I've cried on stream. Oh, Taylor. Be assured that I'm fine. I am. You're absolutely sure, man? I'm glad I haven't seen them too. I haven't served very long. Glad still that it was in your company. Difficult it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Well, I better say hi to them as well. Oh! You must be one of the Scions, correct? Yep. Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Uriante is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Gladly. Classical Rugadin isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. You had chosen her. That she would be the beacon of that same light. Of course, we'd like to hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to gone for Sun instead, or without bright and stubborn she was. But fire as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. I might need a moment. Fuck. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loperates. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I checked, you were struggling to carry an om. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like scorn. Not to mention, what's to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Till later. That's a big bunch of fucking side quests. Veil same. It's Turlo, innit? I was about to head to Cockle's Ford to drop something off, but I think he'd be more welcome than I. As it turns out, the recipient is something of an admirer of yours. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to have you make the delivery. Alright. Thank you. Here's the package, all set to be delivered to a Son Didi. Oh! To a Mikote. Muscle threat. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're the adventurer that helps out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why did you tell here in the first place? Ah, yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive while we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart to others, so he's spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure I'd be much more willing to anyone more other than his parents at this point. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Verpolain, my boy, is most likely in the plans to the east. I can't imagine he struck out much further on his own. Deal with as many of these quests as I possibly can. Deal with these quests quickly. Because that's a fucking lot of them. Oh my, conundrum indeed. What am I to do? Is something the matter? Well, I knew a kind sort to take an interest in strangers' woes. It's my son, you see. He's a gleaner stationed in the Near East, and he's recently returned to deliver his procurements. Just received word from him a moment ago asking me to meet him in the Archean. Apparently it's some sort of gift to me, isn't that not awful? In a so-called look, however, something urgent has come up, which I'm obliged to attend to. By the time I'm done with my business, I've little doubt my darling boy will already be gone. Off on his next assignment to who knows where. So you see why I'm in a pickle. As much as I want to, I can't claim the gift myself. Perhaps you could go on my stead if you've the time on your hands, that is. Alright, see what I can do. Hang on a second. There's something I'm doing. If you just bear with me one moment, folks, there was something I just remembered I needed to do. And that, I'd order myself a bottle of mead. Just remembered I needed to do that. You do? Why, thank you. I'll return as soon as I'm able, so let us meet here once you've taken receipt of the present. Yep. I mean, at least that one's relatively easy to get. Right, spare me 1 second, folks. I'm actually ordering that bottle right now. There we go. Mead ordered. Checking something else out dead quick. There's one other thing I needed to check out, and that's Gundam model, because I've not built one in some time and I don't want to get out of practice. But the one I've been waiting on for so damn long has never shown up. I only build master grade ones if ever I might, honest to God, show myself building one at some point online, just on here. Like, I might stream building a Gundam at some point. Hopefully that's a good idea. May I borrow you for a moment? I have a problem of a marital nature, shall we say. See, my husband was looking rather green about the gills when he set for work this morning. As much as I would like to check on him myself, I'm afraid my research is of such import I can't leave it for any amount of time. Which is why I must ask you to look in on him in my stead. He'd like to find my darling slaving away in Kokol's Forge, if he hadn't been casted off the infirmary yet, that is. He's a rather handsome man, whose garish red glasses make him hard to miss. If you notice he's under the weather, I ask you that you provide him with this filter, which will hopefully revitalise him. Sorry to later to burden you, but I've no one else to whom I can trust this. Please hurry, as I feel you'll keel over before long. Seriously, that's a huge amount of side quests in one little area. Haven't we met before? You're one of Orionte's friends, yeah? Yep. Ah, thought so too. I'm here wandering around Labyrinthos, hoping to find some work to do. Sounds like such fun. But I don't know where to start to ask for it. Can you help me? Of course. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's find someone to work with work for me. Before that, I've actually... That's another... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That's what I'm going to do. Who are you? Deal with that in a minute. Is there something I can help you and your friend with? Explain. I'd heard the pirates were interested in learning about culture, and you're saying this one's looking for a job? Yes, I'd like to work at a job. Do you know when I could do? Well, most people here work at Taporia or Thormazane, but we need to submit documents to request a proper level of clearance. Oh, I have an idea! As you've seen, the man-made habitats hereabouts are populated by a variety of experimental subjects. Some of the bolder beasts, however, have been known to cause unfortunate incidents in and around elemental reactors. In order to encourage these creatures to keep their distance, we put together some bags of noxious-smelling repellent. I'd appreciate it if you could create place a few of them by the reactors themselves. For now, I need you to water two such facilities. The one to the south and the one to the west of Logistic and Beta. Here, there's an handful of each for you, so you can split the work. I'm sorry for making you work too, but that means we can share the payments as well. Right, I'll go to the south reactor, you take the one in the west. Work. Do that in a bit. Jeez. These ones are going to be quite long. Hang on a sec, I need to log. Right, the drop frame problem seems to be stabilising a little. Hopefully. At 30-something%. Hopefully I don't get that tomorrow. Need to figure out what the issue actually is. But that's not my area of expertise. It's very much not my area of expertise. Not exactly a computing expert. I'm good at lifting things, I'm good at throwing people at things. That's about it, really. In any case, this place is bloody big. On the plus side, no more things to find. Hello, Eep! It's you! The one and only Taylor Destrina. Yeah, I got this. Yeah. Deliver for me, but why would someone as famous and important as you be delivering my package? Oh, now I'm just being rude. I must thank you properly. If only I'd known you'd be coming, I'd have prepared something for you. Silly me, there's something for you right here. This package contains a bottle of golden syrup. It's yours if you want it. It's an alchemical medicine to rejuvenate the wearied body. You must need someone like that after running around saving the entire world. Want to hear no answer? String it down. You deserve far more than I do. Alright then. Medicine is much sweeter than you were expecting. It's delicious. Where do you get it? I'm glad. Hope it nourishes your body along with the pleasing your palate. That reminds me. I had your comrade Grahart try some as well. He seemed to quite enjoy it. Said it would like drinking sweet ambrosia. Couldn't tell but wonder what sort of medicine he'd been forced to drink before. Anyway, I'm afraid that's all I have to offer you. I swear. If Sveil the same doesn't compensate you properly, well, never mind that. Please take proper care of yourself out there. Aww. Rumaka Fumamaka. What a fucking name. Oh dear. Perhaps going to work was not the best decision after all. Here. Drink this. Oh my, that's much better. Thank you, my Stranger. A weakness came over me quite suddenly. No doubt caused by a thinning of the blood or some such. That medicine is one of my wife's creations, is it not? I'd know of alchemy anywhere. That means she enlisted your help to see it brought to me then, yes? Yep. Yeah, just saw you were looking rather ill. Thought as much. So little to get past my better half, though I did my best to hide my fatigue. I'm a researcher in Thormazane. Ah, that interests you, does it? Well then, you'll get a kick out of this. We are currently developing a new sort of alloy which, at the molecular level, contains psychosensitive materials such as dark matter. The wonders we could work with such a marvellous metal. Imagine how much tighter controls could become were we to fit it into a cockpit. I'm getting ahead of myself. At any rate, our work is reaching its crescendo, and I wouldn't dare miss even so much as a day of it. Would you be so kind to tell my wife there's no cause for concern? All she needed to know is that her filter worked wonders. Pardon me. Yeah. Back to the hamlet, might as well walk, might as well teleport. Big Spada Boom. What another really good fucking name. And over to Surveillance. To surveil Sayam. All finished then. So works itself too hard that once he was on Didi. The medicine I sent should be good for her. But I must say, you're looking rather more chipper than when you left. What? To get this up to you? Well, if that's cheered her up, I suppose that's as good as any medicine. In the case, here's something that... I mean, here's a little something as thanks for your help. Yeah. There we go. Right. Some more fucking stomping around. You spoke to my husband then, did you? How was he? Was he as unwell as I feared? He was in terrible health that he suspected. I knew it. What was that man thinking? To fight through such an assault so he can, go to work, honestly. It's all well and good to wholly commit yourself to one profession, but to do so at the expense of one's health, that's beyond the pale. He'll be getting an earful from me. That much I can assure you. I shudder to think what would become of my husband if he did not step in when he did. Though it's a trifle compared to what you deserve, I offer you this, so to thank you for your help. Here we go. Run. Grab another couple of quests. Over to that Viera Gleaner. You're a visit to Charlian, aren't you? I do have a worldly look about you. As a Gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where's the furthest you've ventured? Another world. Believe it or not. And I'm not lying when I tell you that one. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. See, I need a more experienced traveller to say a prayer for me before I leave for Gira Banya. If you do me honour, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Oh, that's actually quite an interesting idea. Right, gonna have a word with Jessamy. Where could it have gone? Oh, what a bother this is. If only I could find someone who... Oh, fortune is on my side indeed. You seem the doty sort. Might you help me locate my missing mammoth? A colleague has reported that one has escaped and gone on a rampage. It was last sighted wandering southeast of here, where it has slain one of the specimens. Tried to deactivate the mammoth remotely, but it has outright ignored our commands. Now our only recourse is to stop that wilted thing by force. Perhaps you could do the honours. If you're up for it, I'll need you to locate it and put it out of commission. Once that pugnacious puppet has been silenced, place it in this coffer and return it to me. So, will you help? Don't really have much choice. Will do. Fantastic, I knew you weren't the type to say no to a man indeed. Find the corpse of the fiend it fought, and you'll like to come across that directionless doll. They're all right next to each other, and after this I've got... Well, I'm going to have a bunch more to do, because of this fucking Labyrinthos one. Cutscene time again. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine, I'll just tell you what I've seen. The colour of the artificial light here changed recently. Oh, brilliant. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. Need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. Don't suppose he'd come with me? Pay you, it's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. You're a kid. I thought you were too... Now you treat me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? You got to take my money to make it binding. Fair enough, okay. Then it's settled. Ready to go if you are. Oh, I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is that the reactor has too much ether now, and that's what's changed its colour. There you go, we should go to Phoebus. I know someone who works there helping to control the artificial sun. Bet he'll let us have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should head for Logistic and Alpha first. Follow me so you don't get lost. And before that, head up to the Archean, finish one of the other side quests so I can get another one going. Well then, gonna have a word with that lass's son. Hold on a moment. I know you. Yes, you're Talo. Famous adventurer, you're not. So what do I know of the honour? Oh, my mother's busy, you say? That's motor tidings here. I wanted to tell her in person she's now a grandmother newly made. My wife was born as a healthy baby. I'd written to share news that we were expecting, but not that she'd given birth. I hoped to see the look on my mother's face when I told her of the happy event. It's quite alright. No, honestly it is. She works tirelessly for the good of all. I can hardly blame her for being unable to come running at a moment's notice. Makes me proud, in fact, to think she's so important she cannot spare even a moment to see me. Hopefully she can spare a moment for this, though. Will you give this portrait to her? Save me, my wife, and our newborn, her grandchild. Now then, it must be off. There is work to be done. I'm sure my mother would be proud to know that her son is following in her hard-working footsteps. Alright. Oh, well, actually, let me look at it. Right, back to the hamlet. After that, go deal with Gleaner's Wish. And that's on the way for the next one. What fortuitous timing, I've only just arrived myself. So, what news from my son? What was he so eager to give me? This. This? Oh, my goodness, it isn't it? It's a portrait family, includes my grandchild. Oh, how terrific and darling! There's no baby, no more beautiful in all the world. It's put a fire under me, I dare say. If I hadn't read enough before, then surely this child will keep me motivated to continue my research. I will make sure this little bundle of joy to the world will take and go up happy and hale. You made me happier than you could possibly know. Thank you, truly. It must, but I grant you. But here, something for your pains. Imagine them meeting up again, just to be like, you mean Taylor? And then it's just like, the champion of Eorzea Taylor. Champion of Eorzea Taylor. Champion of Eorzea Taylor, yes. Oh. And like, oh. Oh. I feel a bit of pillock now. Don't worry about it. He would have done it anyway. Excuse me, you there. You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, roaming the wilds of the Nostria. And so I had it sent here for research purposes. I swear I took my eye for it for barely even a moment. It scampered off somewhere outside the hamlet. Seeing as it's far too dangerous out there for someone of my disposition, I was hoping good luck for it in my stead. Okay. You have my thanks. I don't think good made it out to the central circuit, but that leaves a wide area to search. Its guiding crystals to make the job a bit easier. They'll react when the carbuncle is near here, glowing more brightly the closer you are to your quarry. When you've secured the entity, please bring it back here to me. I wish you fortune in your hunt. Oh, alright. And it's outside the hamlet, so I'm going to head. Might as well deal with these ones first. This one at least is one of the easier kinds. So not logistic and beta. So that I'll say shortly. Yeah. Use these. A bit further south. Oh, these ones are always irritating. Still inert. Yep. Oh. So it's somewhere nearby now. Right. Not in this village. Not in Aporia. I'm going to be aiming to go for another hour and a half. This is actually taking longer than expected. There we go. So I'm getting closer. Maybe around there. I think I'm in the right general area though. And it's made quite a run if it's down this area, if it's in this area. Still not in this a little bit, so it might be over here somewhere. Warmly. Alright, so it's somewhere in this general area. Try higher up. There we go. There we go. I reckon that's possibly Tataru's. If it was summoned near Limsa Laminsa and legged it, that's possibly Tataru's old one. That's a hell of a throwback. Well, I don't have any side quests left to go. Apart from the little quest chain, but that one will be over relatively quickly. Yep. There we go. Right then. Let's keep on moving. We're doing quite well tonight, I think. One fiend carcass. There we go. And it's in the bot, and it's in the box. Speaking of boxes, hold on. There we go. I'm actually going to have to get rid of a few things, I think. No proper use for that one. They usually don't let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. I'll be ready for you shortly, mate. I've got a few more side quests to finish first. Do all the other ones before dealing with the quest chain. Because quest chains are usually a bit more of a ball ache. Usually a bit more involved. Well, not more involved. They've usually got a bit more to do in them. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks all need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool that can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such it's become custom in recent days to infuse the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveller. Say, that traveller's you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveller to be, if you will. Well, he's getting the warrior light to do it from. That's going to be impressive. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Ratahan, and how to react to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying into a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that's about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. That's how he brought me a huge amount of luck. Like the show up and it's like, well, how did it work? Just there. And they're just wearing ancient Allegan, some ancient necklace, and it's like, well, how do you think? I'm loaded. Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll hand the payment to our lunar friend here, so we have the full job experience. And I'll throw in some apples from maybe your agronomics too. Enjoy! Oh, new food to try. Let's head up the stairs and eat them together. Ta! There we go. Go finish these 4 side quests off, because that's a good bunch of experience. To the Vieira Gleaner. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Here you go. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabania. Hope your travel is successful as well as mine. do speak with somewhat Eastern European accent, so I'm trying to make it sound at least a little bit Russian. Or Polish or whatever. Well, apart, I don't do that with with Lena, because her voice actress is Icelandic. You there, adventurer. You're the character of a man whose time I might prevail. Those books there, you see them, yes? Would have you bear them to one of the students of Baldessian for me? Leave it to me. Oh, that was a deal easier than expected. I'd half thought this would require some explanation, which you'll have regardless. I'm a member of a prominent political faction known as the Bibliotheques. I'm trust you've heard of us. I and my colleague have sworn to bear silent witness to the affairs of our world, recording all which come to pass. The students of Baldessian, on the other hand, take a much more active approach in the affairs of the world. Needless to say, things between us are tense. It would spell trouble were I to be found delivering these tomes myself. My colleagues may well bar me from the archive in its entire, a punishment worse than death. Thus I seek aid from one who can pass unnoticed. You. Right then, have a care and bring these to my Baldessian co-conspirator. You'll find her in Logistican Alpha. Oh, and tell her it's a gift from a friendly researcher in Charlie and Hamlet, will you? Yeah. 200 seconds. That's not all that far, that's just over there. Oh, my arse. So yeah, I'm going to be going for another, again, until about another hour and a bit. There we go. Yep, it's around here. And around here. There we go. Yeah, I should mention the Bibliotheques are a bunch of old conservatives. I think he might be a bit more worried about various things. My word, look at all this. Each book's more valuable than the last. How in the world did you come by them? Given to you by research and talent, how many say? And meant as a gift for me? My mysterious benefactor is gracious indeed. It's a comfort to know that at least one person out there values their efforts in an ever-changing world. Do give my thanks to this charitable researcher next time you see them. Yep. Right. Back to Charlie and Hamlet. There's probably going to be more side quests in the next fucking area. Might as well get this lot sorted out now. My name for someone. Maxwell Graves. Did you find the carbuncle? Yeah, here you go. Thank goodness, or rather, thank you. As I said, they found the poor thing alone in the countryside, wandering in the mountains of northern Austria, I believe. It should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, though it's possible the command was never given. In which case it should theoretically persist until the ether that forms it is consumed. But that's reserved to last long enough for the entity to grow wild. An immensely talented arcanist must have summoned it. What I wouldn't give to meet someone that powerful. Researching this little creature shall lend me some fascinating data indeed. Thank you again for achieving it for me. Ah, that was just good at figuring it out. There we go. And there I am aboard my fucking dinosaur. Tangerines apples look delicious, don't they? Oh my. They don't just look delicious, they are delicious. Might even be better than carrots. I thought this place was like Mare Lamentorum since it's all artificial. I'm glad I was wrong. Not they're chomping on an apple. I was wrong about a lot, even after everything Oriondre told me to expect. Learned so much of my job, I think I might want to try another one. But before I forget, here's your share of our payment. Thank you for all the help. So he's there wanting to help. That little one's wanting to help out. There we go. I'm just going to get rid of those because I don't need those anymore. There you go. We'll be able to retrieve our little runaway and shove him into that container. I'm ready to take it off your hands whenever you are willing to take part with it, though I'm not sure why you'd want to hang on for it for longer than necessary. Goodness, you've done it! Can't thank you enough, friend. Truly. Not sure what I would have done had you not come along. This mammoth's unfortunate escape is the work of Lopprit, you know. They meant no harm, I'm sure, but they insisted on tinkering with things in it. Wanted to make some improvements, apparently. And as you can see, their earnest meddling has caused us a deal of grief. To be fair, they did look rather contrite when I told them what had transpired. Can't say anything about them, though. They had the best intentions. In fact, they need some cheering up after the tongue lashing I gave them. Yes, they deserve the thickest, crunchiest carrots I can find. On that note, farewell, adventurer, and thank you. Oh, another ring. There we go. I've actually got no use for that one. I've no real use for Mansuya rings. Right, back over to the bibliothèque. I have returned, without the books with which you departed. I assume that to mean they were delivered into the right hands, thank you. As I mentioned before, we bibliotheques keep to the wings of history stage and take a fierce stance against any sort of involvement. We have a sworn duty to observe all which transpires, even as the world unravels before our very eyes. So dedicated are we to our goal, there is no realm in which we are not present. I too was once stationed abroad, in the Far East actually. It is where I caught window to the students of Valesian, learned how they had become a symbol of hope for those fearing the final days. Savostra tells us that knowledge is a gift, one that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. It is only the worthy who ought to wield the strength it provides. And I believe the students of Baldessian worthy. If there's any justice left in this world, then that which our pens and papers have locked away is theirs by rights. Thank you for helping me put our fruits of our labour to good use. So basically he's like, look, they're helping people. It's like, look, if this can help people out during the final days, I'm gonna fucking do it. Hang on. A moment, if I may. Have you heard of the winged familiars known as Scatini? They have a marked talent for seeing in the dark, which has established them as the chosen watchbirds for some of the world's most important facilities. 1 second. As it so happens, we in Labyrinthos avail ourselves of their astonishing eyesight too. Day and night, as Catinas keep close watch for any blackguards or nasty goings-on. However, such keenness of eyesight requires, for lack of a better term, upkeep, which comes in the form of special eye drops. After all, what creature can sit unblinking and wide-eyed for days on end without help? So might I ask you to do that said medication? Okay. How good of you to be so obliging. The Catinas are perceptive creatures in both sight and mind, and will take to you instantly once they know you've experienced in caring for even one of their kind. That is why I recommend all those who deal with things become gentle later to try their hand at treating the beady eyes of our vigilant familiars at least once. Near the northwest entrance you'll find this Cadini's caretaker. She'll be only too glad to introduce you to our favourite watch owls. Right then. We just have me get some money back. Deal with that one with Alistair shortly. Oh dear. Apologies. You have them to come about the eye drops then? Heard all about today's little exercise from a Niger. Got me via link, pal, you see. Told this old bird what was about to transpire, but he still seemed to be on a guard. Might be best to calm her down himself. Pet her gently, that ought to run ruffle her feathers, figuratively and literally. I think our friend here has realised you're there, no doubt at all. Go on then, she's ready for the eye drops whenever you are. There we go. Wise looks ready to snuggle up to you, I'd say. Catinas have a mind like a steel trap and don't forget a face easily, so it's no problem if you were to walk past in completely different clothes. Takes more than a costume change to fool them, after all. If you don't mind asking, you're friends with the Dragoon, right? Silly-looking Ellison fellow, as I remember. I'm afraid the Catinas didn't take kindly to him. Damn near pecked his eyes out. This poor bird almost got a lance in the gullet for it. Lucky your companion stopped himself when he did, but that doesn't mean the Scatini is going to let bygones be bygones anytime soon, let me tell you. Bit of advice. He ought to watch himself if he's walking through these parts. In any case, your work is done here. This Catini's had her treatment, so go and tell Anaija as much. Good luck out there, and should you happen to see another Catini while you're about, give him a wave, alright? Basically, they didn't like Astinian. Didn't like old Grumpy. Ow. You returned, very good. Judging by the lack of scratch marks, you were successful in completing your task. No doubt the Catinis now know to treat you as a friend rather than a foe. The Catinis do not stay long in any given location, but rather fly through Labyrinthos, moving from perch to perch. Should you happen to see one, to count yourself fortunate, they can be a rare sight. Though you might think them a difficult spot, trust that they are among us. They are always watching, always, ensuring that the knowledge we've acquired is kept from falling into the hands of those who'd use it for nefarious ends. Or cowardly ends. I can understand the need to evacuate, but honestly we now know the source, the cause of all this. So now we have our goals. There we go. I'm sending a message to someone. go. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Alright then. Hello again, Volpelane. You and your friend... Hello again, Volpelane. You and your friend are free to go through. Oh, good. Yeah, my thanks. Yeah. Yeah, my thanks. So tiresome having your feelings limited because of your age. Anyway, let's make our way to Phoebus. It's not too far away, luckily. Well then, he's up here, I believe. There we go. Said I can go have a look. Wait here, I'll let you know if I find anything. He's like, look, maybe you have noticed something. He's like, maybe you have noticed something. They showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The actor's records didn't show anything worth noting either. That's what you're about, eh? You do realise this place has been around as long as Labyrinthos, and we never had a single problem. Nor have we been able to confirm this change in the light you speak of. No, we've been able to confirm this change in the light you speak of. You certainly didn't just stare at the sun too long. We advised against that for a reason, you know. Yep. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. There's nothing wrong here. That it simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed for once. Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's have a look at the fire expected ether travels. The supply route, the fire expected ether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. Learned a while ago that while the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets the fire ether it needs. That's what's happening. Must be a problem with the reactor's ether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the ether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. For that though, we need an etherometer. Mayhap we can borrow one from Meriol Agronomics, then we won't have to go out of our way. Hold on a minute. Feed Jim. There we go. There we go. I mean, as a scientist, I think I'd have one, but that makes too much sense. See? Fed them a lie about helping with some research, let me an etherometer. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Just as I thought, the concentrator of fire ether is too low. It seems to be weakest at an area south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You can tell that just from an etherometer. Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in etherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you learn a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. Embarrassing if it had been embarrassing if I didn't know it better than everyone else. Now, let's get to the bottom of this. Here we go. Here we go. Well then. Monogia. That's a really unfortunate name. I think it's something to do with that, don't you? I've identified the problem. There's an Nanala here. They're normally only found near the elemental reactor. Can't say for sure if it came here on purpose or simply got lost, but either way it's clearly been feeding on fire-expected ether. Most of the ether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the Anala must be pretty powerful at this point, since it's been here absorbing all that ether. No doubt its core is full of it. If I can just get my hands to that core, could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. Thinking it's late for me. There we go. There we go. This one's pretty strong, but it's going down. There we go. There we go. Nicely done. Can you show me the core? Here you go. So this is what an abundance of ether can do to their cores. It's massive! Father and the others will have no choice but to leave me when they see this. Right then. Come on, let's waste no time showing this to Father. It's time we acknowledge that I'm right. So this is where you'd been hiding. Father, fancy seeing you here. I was about to come home and tell you about the problem with the sun. You still harping on about that? Could have got yourself birds pursuing all this nonsense. And you, I told you to bring my son back to me and said you'd go off gallivanting with him. He's right, you know. He's right, you know. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. Probably got his voice wrong. Me and you have the same hair. Oh my, I've never seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion that it was feeding on the fire-expected ether. So you finally admit I was right about the sun? Well, yes. However, that matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Taylor's already slain the Anala. Surely everything will go back to normal now? Afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. Yeah, that ain't good, is it? We'd need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Kokol's fort. Please, we've no time to waste. You must receive 2 cores from me. We'll begin the process at Phoebus. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. Alright. He's like, okay, now I know what the problem is. It's bad. You, go kill 2 things for me. It's actually quick to go this way. Well then. So they're down this way. After this, I think this is the last in that quest chain at least. Alright. Well, it's nice. At least things are proceeding somewhat fucking smoothly now. Oh dear. Well, you can't really see the final days erupting from here, at least. It's probably a good thing. Yep. There we go. Deal with the cause of muscle threat. Do that. Get down here. Go deal with that one. Go deal with Alice. And then we'll be good to continue. After that, I get the feeling that's where we go to speak to her, down at Thormazane. Like I said, I wanted to get to the final zone because that'll probably take me a day or so. There we go. Here. Stomping on this fucking thing. It's not the most dignified looking of mounts, is it? I think I prefer Gabriel. Pardon me. There we go. There we go. Coconut cod chowder. sounds delightful. Looks like I need to go through the village, through the agronomics. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet now. Don't really have that much to say right now. My son has told me all about how you helped him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I think all this is happening right under our noses. You got the cause of prey given to my father? Did you manage to procure the cause? Yes, I did. Splendid. Let's save the son. Alright, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we're also enveloped in our own research, so we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. I shouldn't think what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks for saving us from disaster. I know you used something else, my son, an apology. I was a fool to ignore your warning simply because of your age. It's fine, Father, really. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son? Of course, I can think of several already. But he's been there a while, he'll know a lot about the systems and figure stuff out. So I want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Charlie and Hamlet? Alright. I get the feeling there's one more, because there's always a quest to link the two major quest chains together. Yep. Back to Charlie and Hamlet. There we go. Here we are. Thank you, and here's your award. It's my pocket money with a little something for my parents. So happy that you listened to me and decided to trust my knowledge. Hope our paths cross again when I become a researcher in my own right. I'm sure to make you proud. Use that stuff, I think. Yeah. Ah, hello again. Thanks once more for helping your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. It concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll I found wandering around these parts recently. Obviously he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shaggles. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much clearer, easier. I last saw him by Logistic Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there. Oh, it's going to take some. This is going to take a bit of explaining. What's the matter with that? I can understand him. What? How? You're having me on? No, I'm not. Yep. Well, I want to be able to get that, to get all the versions of these, because the Allegiance ones, that trench coat looks like something I'd actually wear. In any case, once I'm done with this, I'm actually going, and I've helped Alice out, I'm actually going to get my next job quest done, my next role quest done. Grr! Been searching all over for you, you know. Since we last met, I decided to use magic to improve my vocalization. Is that, grr? I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. Seems you're kind of capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Alas, we trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt to wind aspect of spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not that there's anything wrong with nasal grrs, mind you. I'm not gifted enough to activate the spell on my own, so I set out in turn to review once more. Then I bumped into this clever child. What happened to the buffoon? He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly, I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me. You understand what he's saying? Simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating. Yeah. I gather he knows a thing or two about Ether as well. Would you mind telling him what I just told you? Pretty grr! So that's what he'd been trying to tell me about. Of course I'll do my best to help. The wind aspect of Ether vented by the earthen reactor ought to help. If you fiddle with the reactor settings bit, we should be able to create our own blustery vortex of the stuff. That'll be all you need to cast your spell. See? Got an eye for people. Now, take me to this reactor. Where is it? Right this way. Oh great, it's actually on the way to where I need to be with Alice. Tommy here out again. Yep. Right round here, over those stairs. Again, I'm sure we'll be headed down there at some point. Just it's taking a little while to get there. This area is obnoxious. Up or out. Taylor, what are you doing out here? Yeah. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. No, I don't mind you helping with the boxes. It's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? I'll help. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough for them. I've no to be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Right then. Actually, I'll sort things out with us two first, because that's actually going to take me over to Aporia. Where doubtless there's going to be another big bunch of fucking cutscenes. A big bunch of side quests. hell of a range on them. Back in a bit. Just need to go tinker with the reactor settings. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. Yep. All done. Think our wind-inspected ether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. At every chance, the high concentration of ether will attract fiends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we need your help. Let us know when you're ready. Sorry, bring back all my books. One of my notepads is a bit knackered. Westward, grrr! Shackles of Opaline now accompany you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Well, off we go. Alright, so it's up there. Right, hold on, I'm trying to think of a better route. Sorry. Oh yeah, there's a route. And I'm running with 5 things, with 4 extra things. Verpaline, Shaggles, my mini Omega, and my Chocobo. Yeah. So this is it, eh? Let me give it a go then. Ahem. Can you hear me? Looks like it worked. Brilliant! I can finally talk. How wonderful. There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here? Well, if it isn't my favourite buffoon, how did I know you'd be here? How do you know I'd be here? You can speak! Oh, even your voice is adorable. Oh, pleasure to see you again. I was looking for my boy. Oh, just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. He wanted to speak with Shaggles himself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me in Charlie and Hamlet? There's someone I'd like you to meet. Okay. I'll go help Alice first with the box. There we go. Ow. But yeah. The last zone is my goal tonight. Right then. I have 3 minutes to get over to him. Basically, this plot is a bit more. Basically, this time they've got a bit more involved with things. I mean, you have to do all kinds of this in some of the earlier quests in the game, and nothing like this so much in the main story. Normally it's just go here, kill this, go here, do this dungeon, go here, go here. Oh, you had to be the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That'll be everything? You carried all those at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush the light and the look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. She's bigger than he is. I suppose we should let someone know. Are we finished? Sir Paulden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Will you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Alright. Also, I'm assuming she used a bit of magic. Back to Sally and Hamlet then. Jeez. Right then. Oh. So that's the trolling the boy I've heard so much about. Oh! They're taking him off to the studium. So what's all this about? Alas, that is not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studium who will do the honours instead. That'll be me. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for the two of you from the Scholarch himself. You mean myself and Verpeline? Correct. Master Verpeline and Master Shaggles, was it? Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studium? Word of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we are almost impressed by your abilities. We are honoured to welcome you to our institution to help nurture your talents while providing you with ample opportunities to learn. I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll. What's the matter, Verpeline? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. Just that Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know a pair that entered the studium at 11. Thank you for trying to reassure me. Only I won't know anyone there and... What are you talking about? You know me, don't you? Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore. Says a troll who's never left Labyrinthos either. Silence! Silence, buffoon! Alright, you convinced me, I'll go. Splendid. Now there's just a few sheets of paperwork to take care of, so I'll need to borrow your guardians for a bit. None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it? Never would have gotten this opportunity or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you, I really mean it. Farewell! Right then, and now we're off over to Aporia, where I doubt there's more fucking side quests. Now I love this game, but there's a lot of side questing. A lot of them. Okay, so checking a couple of things. There we go. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We bought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alice, at your service. You are well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents ever since our days at the studium. I remember when you were ye-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly it's been quite some time since we last met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's new list no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. Enough with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Oh, very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. Wait right there. Thank you. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. Hope I haven't had to waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alice, I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Oh, well then probably. On the plus side, I get the feeling there'll be no more quest chains here. Well, firstly, I'm actually going to make sure. That's mount speed. It's ether current I want. Yeah, next one will be next one will be a storyline quest. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. So Theopaldwin's paperwork has been some worry. It misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at least. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford unless on ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Basically, he's like, look, fuck what he wants. You guys do what you need to do. Yep. Quick and efficient, I dare say you're a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere within the facility, so they should be returning at any moment. We return. With not a scrap of paperwork remaining in our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you out on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a baby you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd have to hear, to reiterate. Of course, I've known your father so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Livia's name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nunclef's Hope, a lineage few can claim. Never thought that much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Though nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. It is why Nunclef's pronouncement, renounce ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoire looked not to Nunclef's words but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew a conflict at every turn were to consign mankind to his doom. There will never ever be conflicts and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. He remembered his words well. Archon Louisoire lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succour to those in need. Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoire's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently he had made a pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortuno's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. But even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognisable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decided that given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I had to make sure those specimens you bought will make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Here we go. Hail you three! Hail you three! Clara, sorry Cockall hasn't driven you out to the fort already. For better or worse, no. He has, however, sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. About you, Taylor, can you spare the time? Always, especially for him. Perfect, it doesn't take long. There you go. There we go. In the event that our, and I quote, promised teeth of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's force to be burned hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-expected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor salvia to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment would require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. So where we part then? We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Alright then. Oh good. It's not too far, this one. There we go. Hang on. Well, let's see what we got. Keep forgetting to feed Jim. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the trap at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Okay. See what I can do. Wait here if you would. Well then, go deal with those ones. Yeah. Everything goes smoothly out here? Few elementals, but there's not much, not anymore. Thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. To neither of you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to help us. Yeah? As we've established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagans' effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud of course being the most prominent. Of those who have pushed further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon. Yeah. Hermes. Did you remember his life as Hermes? I believed he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he even retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not for his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervour? This may seem far-fetched, but if souls like mine have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. Hang on a sec. In facilitating Zande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had Zande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them saw that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet. Treat those stars and wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much do I understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we go see how Kokol is getting on? Alright. Hopefully he's getting on well. Alright, back to his forge. It's not too far away, at least. Alright, I think we're nearly there. Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh, can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad found some capable Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Oh. Hello. I do trust us to need to us to live on your promise. Yes, I do, only. Hey, waiting! I want that adamantite. I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly anything else we're going to sit with in the meantime? I wish. This thing about's unbearable. Pit the form frowns and recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it were premeditated. Get you gone. I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose we'll go and return the key to the actor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain they're a better use of your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet. Turn on. Right then. Back over to Charlie and Hamlet. Right then, let's go wait over here for everyone then. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Well, I've done all my fucking side quests. There we go.
All set, I take it?
I'm good.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Yeah.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Yeah.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Oh?
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
I'm sure they won't.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Yeah.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle.
Oh, hello.
Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Okay.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Will do. Okay. Where is that? Oh.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Okay.
Now, where might this delivery be?
Someone else is going to be here.
Oh.
Okay. So they sent quite a lot. Oh!
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12? Surely, these can't all be.
Like, wow. Oh! Sky Pirates!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
He's like, fuck.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Oh, these two. Vitriolic best bud and all that.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
Oh, these two are going to be friends.
I'll have you know, I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
It's more he knows people. That's what's handy about him.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Oh, hello.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Oh.
Hancock and Saraban.
Nice seeing these two again.
Come bearing
Maybe not
relics
Hancock.
both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of
Oh.
help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you. And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated by the by.
They're probably going to use the
I
Eureka.
myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Oh, good.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Shit.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
So they made
I
sure.
thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Oh, yeah. No kidding.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Fortunate for this.
Wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
Well, you can't make money if you're dead. If the planet's gone, at
And
least.
since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Oh, fuck. It's Tataru.
When it
it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
I think she's a Yoxabird art.
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
He's like, oh, fucking hell.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
This lady's good.
Waste not.
He's like... She's embarrassing him in front of his son. And his daughter.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Oh, hello.
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
Oh.
She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlene. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
He's pissed.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Now that's something you wanted on your side to begin with. Sid.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
Oh, what did he get? Oh, what he got from us?
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise. So we offer none of the latter.
Well, that works.
What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
Oh, nice.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Oh. Yeah.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Quoll's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition.
But it's in Mordona.
However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them.
I've been pronouncing it right all this time!
I know. How the Gobbyfrock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Oh, I bet.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
Yeah, but I think he's got a speech to make.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Suppose you are.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavner, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better.
Very true.
You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse.
Yep, we do.
As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
He's a good one.
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Well, that explains the big yell. That explains the dragon's roar.
Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
She's probably just
Tiamat
busy.
and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
As Daya will be encountering
My
at some
sire,
point.
too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Fair enough.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
Oh.
Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
Well, maybe you ought to use that on
If Kokol
on
is
her.
truly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
He's been hoping it wasn't. He wanted so desperately to run, I think. Yeah. He's pissed as all hell.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
If they weren't, they wouldn't be here.
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you.
He's like, you finally fucking
beg
swayed
you.
him.
Share your struggles with me. As family.
I would have turned my back on him, to be honest. After all he's pulled. You do not abandon your children if they disagree with you. Ever.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
Oh dear. She's not happy with him.
What will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
Yeah.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Look, that's
Perhaps
normal.
You can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Fair enough. Oh, here we are with the epic music. Our moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
We finally managed to clear the harbour, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heinlein may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantites have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks they need doing. The Forum has already asked for any of my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about the thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Oh, brilliant! More side quests! Well, best get them done. Welcome, what will you be having today? Oh, it's you, Taylor. As it happens, Alice also came by recently. Busy as she is, she wanted to let me know she's patched things up with her father. I'm surely happy for her. Speaking of busy, we're quite short on hands this shift. And would I hate to bother you, could you deliver an order for me? It's a pair of salad sandwiches for an elderly gentleman at Stark's Landing. He's a Lala fellow with a distinguished air, so you can't miss him. My thanks in advance. Oh, Oak's Landing. That is over near Journey's End. Might as well fucking warp there. Deal with that in a moment. Oh, hello. Can I say no to that? Oh, you are one of the Science, are you not? Taylor, I believe. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, what may I do for you? I've been sent here with these. Weird enough for you. Ah, the sandwiches. How very kind for you to bring them. Last stand serves up many scrumptious dishes, but their sandwiches have always been my favourite. My son, however, was partial to pretzels. When I was young, I attended the Studium. Louis Soir was a classmate of mine, a kindred spirit in the study of magic, and we inspired each other to greater heights. After I completed my studies, I continued conducting research and eventually became a professor. I married and had a family, settled down. Total life wasn't for Louis Soir, who was on the road more often than not. My son grew to admire him and went on to become his pupil and earn his Archon's mark. You're Papalymo's dad. To see him set forth to fight for Riorzia besides Louis Soir filled me with pride, yet so too did I worry, as any parent would. In the end, he gave his life for his cause, so strongly did he believe in it, and having now seen his comrades fighting tirelessly to protect our star, I've come to understand whence came his conviction. Ah, but listen to me blathering on. I know you're a busy man, so I shall let you go. Thank you. Not only for the sandwich, but also for standing with my son to the very last. After like, you might want to go to Giribania, have a word. See if you can talk to some godlies. Mention your Papalymo's dad. I'm sure she'll be happy to speak with you. Ah, my Lord Taylor. What good fortune that you'd grace us now. We are planting flowers, if you would care to join us. It's part of Lady Amelian's efforts to beautify our fair city, you see. Which, in turn, is part of her wider civic contributions. Were you to help with a plant or two, my mistress would surely be delighted. I'm glad to assist. Marvellous, marvellous. Though the world has become an uncertain place, it is in such times that that all the people have need of cheer, would you not agree? With that settled, permit me to furnish you with some bulbs. As you go about planting them, you may notice other helpers here and there. Do feel free to have a chat with them. Of course. Oh dear. Wait, you're him. You're him. I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Begging your pardon, but you're Taylor Destiny, yes? I've heard all about you. Saying that we're all family, Lady Amelian shares the contents of her children's letters, you see. And how they write about you. Well, I've never had the pleasure before, but this feels like meeting an old friend. Not only meet you at last, but have you planted flowers with us besides? Truly an honour. On behalf of my fellow servants, allow me to thank you for being such a great friend to Master Alphino and Mistress Alice. They have a soft spot for pulling shit like this. This game knows how to tug on your heartstrings. It knows how to lull you into a false sense of security, which is dangerous. You're one of the scions of the Seventh Dawn, are you not? I have seen you at the Baldessian Annex. Well now, what a great honour it is to meet you. We're students at the studium, you see, and the Levier twins were our seniors. And that despite being years younger than us, than everyone, to be admitted at the tender age of 11, they're prodigies of the very sort. Their graduation, these and deeds in the world are an inspiration to us all, and to meet one of the legendary comrades in the flesh is moving beyond words. You haven't heard tales about the scions? Like your fellows, we hope to leave our little island one day and do great things. When that day comes, perhaps we'll see you again somewhere out there. Maybe. Seems like everyone's more than a little worried about the X-ray Texas. Here's hoping everything goes according to plan. Probably not. Not whatever does. Need to make the perfect set of surgeon scrubs. Nice! Ah, finished planting the bulbs? Wonderful. In time they will grow into beautiful Nemea lilies, a symbol of safe travels. Upon learning of this in her children's letters, Lady Amelian took to planting the lilies in the hope that no harm would befall them and their beloved comrades. We humble servants share in that hope. Wherever your path may take you, know that you are ever in our thoughts. Yep. Baucholder. The master of the house faces a difficult decision, but as his loyal servant, I shall follow him down whichever path he chooses. Yep. There we go. Well, didn't take long at least. Didn't take very long at all. Right. So I'm going to be finishing probably after the next quest. Well, after we talk with Thingy elsewhere. Oh, you're back. Did you have a chat with your customer? I did, yeah. Wonderful. Gentleman's a regular of ours, you see. When he heard that Science had come to Charlian, he was beside himself with excitement. He clearly wanted to meet you, but he wasn't sure how to go about it. Soon he appeared when he did. Well, I thought I'd make it happen. I appreciate you going along with it. By way of thanks, here's a little something to enjoy on the house. Enjoy! Gladly! Paplimo's dad. Meeting him was nice. An unexpected thing to see. Right then. Force no. Taylor, I've already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Clariane. Clarilane. Took a moment to pronounce that. She has a key to the lift and can send you down after me. Fair enough. No, it's good. The fact I've got no more fucking side quests to deal with. No more of them here by the looks of things. That's gonna be nice. God knows I've done enough of them. You're Master Fosno, yes? Just step inside the lift here? To the lower levels we go. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret. Thomazane. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we dealt to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Right then. I think she was expecting this to happen. Right then, down into Thomazane. Oh, it's got a porthole. Oh, cutscene right as we go through. Typical. Once I know though. Here we are. Don't open your mouth, you idiot. Oh. Starship. There we go. There we go. I bid you all welcome to Thomazane. Direct your attention towards its centre to behold the ark over which we have long laboured. There we go. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Oh good. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I received word that Kokol and several of our allies are working on it with an intense fervour. Oh, hopefully. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh, I figured it wouldn't be. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? You can bet your ass I'm fucking prepared, Sunshine. I've been waiting for this. Right then. We'll make for the lift to the centre of this chamber. Oh, come. There we go. Right, then off we go. I guess we can't fly in here. Outside maybe, not in here. Right then. It's dungeon time, I think. We're getting close to the dungeon, I guess. Right. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane. What we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilise this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thomazane. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Isoscope. And you commune with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Uncalamity it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the centre of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Isoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee you'll find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Isoscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in setting said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract too early or too late. Yeah. Please allow me. Kryl. I've thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower have bewildered me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition not to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you'd hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul. Or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. Yeah. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, and that they may lift you up once more. Well, in any case, before that, actually, I'm going to do that now. Once I do the dungeon, I'll be done for the evening. Oh, brilliant. I'll do those later. I'll do those when I come back tomorrow. They'll be my warm-up. Yep. Cuthbert. Really. What a name. Now we can fly. Now where shall we go to? I was thinking that was the top of the starship, a propeller. In any case, those side quests and wait. Cooler than being cool, for the record, and Harbinger of Breath. Right, let's go to the top here, see if there's anything. Nope, now it's up there. Yep, just waiting on a tank now. Right then, into the isoscope. It's time we dealt with her. It's time we went in. It's time we finally talked with Hydelin. Whoever's tanking, just fucking say yes already. Oh. Go back there later. Oh. Wait, that's... Wow. Right then.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
We can. Alright then.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Yep. Yep. Oh, nice hit there. I'll have to have a better look around here when it can explore it. This place is quite pretty. You can tell he's doing it blind as well. Waiting for the Elden Ring. Right. Sinking cynicism, brilliant. There you go. This place we're going deep into the core of the planet. My voice just went. Jammer Shark. Hello. So you could probably triple pull this if you were ballsy. Or dumb. It's like a much bigger anti-tower. we go. To the lower levels. So we're going down there. That's going to be where the first boss is. Ooh. What? Gilbert? Great, we've got to deal with Dickhead. Nice! Alright then. Livia? Been a while since you've seen that name, isn't it? That one's relatively simple to figure out. Yep. She'll die quickly enough. One thing I've noticed, the game likes throwing more complex mechanics at you later you get into the game. Oh, fuck off! They must know each other. Yeah. That tank's kind of got himself in a bit of a spot here. He's dying. And that's Livia Sass Jr. dealt with.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Gladly. Oh great, the tanks he's seeing.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Oh, hello. They're going to be careful here. There we go. Another science memories there. Oh wait, the tank's having connection issues. That's not brilliant. There we go. Right. Ah, they're in voice chat. Yep. There we go. Means we're going to be taking things at a slower pace here. Wonder who's going to be next. They keep coming ahead of me. They must have some bad connection issues. Dead. There we go. Handy for later, but I probably won't get it today, will. Oh. Yep. We've got a good chunk of health. Here. Yep. That does some damage. That up. That's too much. Angle of Tartarus. So it's last. It's almost the last one be. Yo. Static peak. Oh. Yep. I think the issues must have been dealt with. Yep. Rank 10 materia. None of this is stuff I'll use. None of this is stuff I'll use, admittedly. Savage aim I need. Oh! Yep. Kill them as quickly as possible, that way they have to deal with so many problems. There we go. There we go. I mean, Phileas Spirit, nice. things hit hard. Yep. Yep. Right, then what's next then? Won't bother using any of my buffs. Yeah, I don't need them. And I'll probably just waste. I don't want to waste them before the boss. There we go. Oh, that's a hell of an AoE. Here we are. What have they got for me here then? I recognise that voice from somewhere. I just need to see who it is. Ooh.
But this is as far as you go.
Oh, God! It's been a while since we've seen you. King Dickhead. Amon. It's Fan Dickhead.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
Then let us rip it off.
You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
That one's quite an obvious one. Left. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Hello, it's L.
My, what a boorish audience you are.
This coming from you is meaningless. It's actually going down relatively quickly. There you go.
Lies! All lies!
It would be good to be able to put you down.
Your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Nefarious choker of aiming has been added to your loot list. So basically it's all just loot in here. Ooh. I'll take that, 3 comms. They must have known each other. Yeesh. Sorry.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
What Benito does it? Have you any memories of Meteon?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Suck.
Yep.
The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed.
What's about it more?
Only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
Maybe.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception.
Maybe.
If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
Don't you?
To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution.
He's a fucking madman.
That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end?
Well then, probably.
Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
Probably not. Don't really care, to be honest.
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
Oh, that's not a voice I've heard in a while.
Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
I think you can guess who it is who's pissed at Fandaniel specifically for that.
Is that Arcee!
Yep.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages.
Another
if I
madman.
played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
I mean, he wasn't. You were dead.
To be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
A man who doesn't even know who the fuck you are.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Jesus Christ.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Oh, he's a
Even
fucking
should you
psycho.
be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
His eyes. I'll do what must be done.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
You know what? Fuck you. We're going. We're kicking and we're going kicking and screaming.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Again, fuck you.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Why didn't I just put my spear, that drill spear, through him? Azahi is still a little cunt. Oh. I think she would speak with us.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Yeah. I'm sure she has something to say to us. Here we are. The Mother Crystal itself.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh. Oh. That's her true form. We meet again, Vanar.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis.
Yep.
And now, the rivers of time converge.
Yep.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem.
Yep.
Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
Yes, unfortunately.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it.
It's gonna take some doing.
Is what I might have said. Once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child.
Oh.
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes.
Yeah.
Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth.
It is right.
To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee.
Yes, we have.
Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest.
Very true.
In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse.
She probably saw that.
And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey.
Looks like the drop frames thing's been dealt with.
You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
then there is a means to confront her.
I assume
Yes,
so.
if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Vinar's blade.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
Oh, good.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years.
Go on.
I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
And with that, because that is a very good stopping point. What I'm going to do now go back to Old Stallion. And I'll be doing that fight, to be honest. Check something. The Mother Crystal. Before we go, we're going to do a cooldown thing. Back to Limsa Laminsa. Do the next roll quest. Get my gear fixed up. Get my gear fixed a bit later on. It's a bit of a ball ache. Out of the shadows. Ah, Taylor, which I had better news for you, but the blasphemy continues to elude us. Oh. Can you hear me, Commander? This is Westcott. I have an idea of how we might be able to take down the blasphemy. Meet me in Costa del Sol as soon as you're able. Well, that sounds promising. I'll tell the Admiral you'll be away for a bit. Godspeed, stay safe out there. Well then, over to Costa del Sol. At least I'll be able to get my gear fixed there without having to see an army of fucking people. Gear fixers back here. Merchant mender. Sort out the bird. It's up on my gear. There we go. Flying over to this English beach town. Apologies for having you come all this way, Taylor. Ever since our first encounter with the blasphemy, I've been racking my brain to find a way of dealing with its debilitating attack. Sadly, I've come up empty-handed. My companions fare no better. That's when I started thinking, if only our finest was with us, he ought to have a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. It's all thanks to him we were able to save both Leviathan and Titan, and live to tell the tale. The rub is, well, he's a bit eccentric, and yes, I know you could say that about all the company members. But like us, he prefers to work in the shadows. Truth be told, not seen him since the day we disbanded. I doubt he'd help his own comrades, even if we asked, but an order from the company's acting commander would be a different story. In our heyday, we had a way of reaching him. Whistle at the folk road, and sooner or later he'd show himself. No matter when, winter or summer, in broad daylight or the dead of night, he'd always be watching from afar. Within luck, still is now. But I've rambled on enough. Go on now. This may be our best and only hope. Whistle at the crossroads. Brilliant. It's good to have such a convenient source of contacting someone. Alright, let's have a word. Let's go and have a word with this fella. Oh. That worked. That's how we got in contact with Rio. Here I was enjoying my retirement. Why do you have to go and bloody whistle? Call me Lawrence. I'm the company's resident sharpshooter. At least it was in my day. No need to tell me who you are. I've been watching you for quite some time. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious how my former mates are faring. Not as curious as folks about me, though. First Westcott, then old Miss Beard himself. Heh, as if those old cotters would ever catch me. And now we're yours, your storied hero summons me forth. No need to say why. You're going to ask me to help you take down blasphemy. Yep. I'm not asking you. I'm ordering you. You drive a hard bargain, I like that. Who am I to refuse an order from the company's acting commander? So tell me, acting commander, what specific duty would you task me with? I trust you do have a plan. So you need a way to neutralise the beast's most potent attack. I can tell you like getting up close and personal with your foes, so you'll be needing support from a distance. Who do you suppose might be suited to that role? You, of course. Damn right. My eyes are among the keenest in the realm, as you doubtless heard from Westcott. In pure marksmanship, none in limbs are the Admiral's equal, yet Merlewib is ill-suited for a supporting role. Not for lack of skill, of course, but rather, come to think of it, something you should know. Follow me. here we go. Past all these things. Past the Calibri. Quite the view, wouldn't you say? I often come here to admire at sea. If you would, indulge me for a moment, I'll spin you a yarn. Just try not to doze off. Back in Piracy's golden age, the League of Lost Bastards ruled the Ratano. I was one of them, as were Merlwyb. We were led by none other than our old man, Blovis Blorisveen, the most feared captain at high seas. Feared by his enemies, that is. Stern and unforgiving though he was, he took me under his wing and showed me ropes. You were like a father to me, to us all, to that fateful day. Was in the year of 1562 of the Sixth Astral Era, Lemiz and merchantmen were struggling with a nigh continent raised by Sahagin. Around this time, Blurvis had yielded the day-to-day leadership at Bastard to Merlwyb, his pride and joy. She was still growing into roles though, and everyone knew the old captain was still calling shots. Old Blurvis had a noble streak he did. Ordered us to defend traders from fishbacks. Merlwyb led the effort, and we fought day after day to keep seas safe. The fighting were fierce, but we always came out in one piece, until we didn't. Until after a skirmish, a Sargin survivor with his last breath summoned forth the Lord of the Whirl. The great beast toppled our mast and cracked the keel like an egg. We clambered aboard the merchantman as our own ship sank. Not to do but wait for the end. And then comes Blurvis and his bleeding flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire, and he did. But the League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again. For even though we'd escaped with our lives, we soon discovered that Captain Blurvis, our iron-willed and wavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Of course, in those days we didn't know much about drowning or tempering, didn't know what to make of our captain as he grew more ragged by day, his words devolved into crazed rambling. Then one day he vanishes, taken off with half our men. Not long after that, a band of pirates calling themselves Serpent Reavers began taking prizes in Indigo Deep alongside Sargin. At the helm were none other than Captain Blurvis, who cast his lot with the fishbacks. Merlwyb knew what had to be done. To her credit, she didn't shirk from the deed. She acted quickly, sneaking off under cover at night with a skeleton crew without so much as telling me. Of course, that didn't stop me from stowing myself in the cargo hold and joining her on voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first. Wanted to leave me out of it, she said, but seeing as I'd made myself known when she was struggling to fend off a horde of reavers and fishbacks, one had to win her over. Her twin muskets fell in one after the next, and my sharpshooting kept us safe from afar. We cut a path to the centre of the isle. Here there we found Blurvis, or rather the miserable wretch he'd been reduced to. All bones with skin shrivelled and a tangled mass of white hair, eyes bulging from his head like a fish as he prayed to Lord at Whirl. Merlwyb challenged him to a duel, and a dim memory must have flickered in his drowned mind, for he accepted. And so, with only me there to witness it, Merlwyb ended her father's life. The League of Lost Bastards would have lived up to its name if it weren't for Merlwyb. She assumed full command and restored us to our former glory. Not long after, she triumphed in the Trident, or named Chief Admiral Limsel and Mincer. Often think back to that day, seeing her charge into battle, muskets blazing. Might seem reckless to some, but that's how Captain Blurvis taught her, and she knows no other way. That's why I made it my job to support her from shadows. It's a role in which I'll happily serve again, or that much to her old man. My only doubt was whether you, my friend, were worthy of commanding me. What in your FFXIV has answered that question? I tell Whiskett and the rest of me no good companions that Lauren stands with them. Well then, back to Whiskett. Right. Let's have a word with him then. Did Lawrence show himself? Yep. Haha, now that's a surprise. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he would agree so readily. Just one thing, Taylor. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention Lawrence's involvement with the company. Landonell, in particular. They'll find out soon enough regardless. At any rate, this gives us new hope in our battle against the blasphemy. All that remains is to set the snare and lure the beast into our clutches. Our scouts are on the lookout for the creature as we speak. If later reports are to be believed, we are drawing ever closer. With that, I'd best get back to it. Can I trust you to report these latest developments to the Maelstrom? Till we meet again, Commander. Of course. Yeah, I'd say my gear here is perfect right now because of the rain.